And for those of you who can't see, yes, that is a real dragon's skull. I killed it myself. Got it. All right. Well, I'm glad we're clear on that. And, aren't they cool? Doink, doink. I wear glasses. They're not here. I do wear glasses though, and then I wear these for if I'm looking at little stuff like if I'm looking at how'd you change? Down there's at the bottom of your screen. There's 3 little dots. Touch those, and then there's a thing that shows black and white. It doesn't actually turn you from white to black or black to white. I'm still, reddish pink. I think that's maybe salmon color. No, not salmon. So I saw a guy that had an old timey cowboy mustache that went all the way down the sides, but he didn't have any hair, like a goatee part. It was just a big old handlebar mustache going all the way down. And I thought, I should try that. I don't know. Why did the US fly into Russia a couple days ago? My thoughts are, let me put on my smart looking glasses. My thoughts are that we are negotiating something with Putin right now. We know that he's going to win the war. They're making huge gains. Basically, they just knocked out the docks and the ports around Odessa. And so basically, Odessa is completely open to attack. Now, the Russians don't want to attack Odessa. Their point is, hey, look, man, this is a fucking police action. We're just trying to get all the Nazis that killed our people. We don't want to take over Ukraine. We don't want to kill anybody that we don't have to. Which, by the way, as brutal as this war has been, because look, Ukrainians, not a fucking joke, man. Not a joke. Tough human beings. Russians, I've trained with some Russians, and they are madmen. They're absolutely insane. So, and am I generalizing and stereotyping? Yes. Do I think that they fit those generalizations? Absolutely. It's I'm spewing Russian propaganda. That's funny. Yeah, I mean, look, there was a time when I thought Russia had really bitten off more than they could chew. And since they weren't trying to take over the country, I figured, okay, you know what? This is going to be a stalemate. They're not going to make any progress. They've taken over the entire Donbass, and they're now pushing westward. Now, I really don't know what their plan is. Like, I don't know when they plan on stopping. That does concern me a little bit, because if they take over, if they actually go in and try to take over all of Ukraine, oh man, NATO's going to absolutely shit the bed. They're going to go nuts, and this will turn into World War III. I mean, it already has in a sense. I think what just happened was with Russia, I think that they finally said, okay, enough's enough. England, the United States, you guys are actually supplying weapons to Ukraine. You have been for years now. We want to wrap this war up, and we want it to be over with. So if you keep sending transports, the moment that they cross into a combat zone and out of EU territory, we're going to fucking shoot them down from now on. And I think that they came very close the other day to knocking a British transport out of the sky with drones. Well, that would be really ugly, because at this point, I look at Europe, and it's a disastrous clusterfuck. It's teetering on the edge of civil war. I said in 2023, I said that there'd be a civil war by 2024 or 2025. Guaranteed there'd be a civil war over there. And I'm shocked that I was this far off. There's still going to be. There's no question. This doesn't end any other way. When you see what Sharia law is, when you actually study, and you know, how long does it take you to study Sharia law? 20 minutes. If you haven't looked up what does Sharia law entail exactly according to the Quran, then you know, it's like, it's hard to imagine that people would willingly be this ignorant, other than just brutal stupidity. I mean, if you're really stupid, then you don't have the opportunity to really dive into complex subjects. You know, you're just trying to figure out how to keep your job at Taco Bell and pay the bills, you know, and figure out how you're gonna you know, lose weight because you keep drinking 14 liters of Pepsi a day, but you can't, you know, that walk to the car and back from your apartment, it's just not cutting it. That's the kind of person who I can't help. But if you're reasonably educated and you've got an IQ over 85, pretty simple, pretty fucking simple. If your IQ is over 85 and you're not terrified of the idea of Muslims coming to this country, you're the problem, not them. That's it. You're the problem, not them. If you see a bunch of let's say bull sharks kill more people than great whites by far. Bull sharks have the highest testosterone level in the world, other than maybe me. But my doctor actually told me that, by the way. He said that my testosterone levels were off the chart and very almost borderline bull shark territory, which explains a lot, like why I'm single. But if you get into the water with 100 bull sharks that are in a feeding frenzy because somebody just threw chum in the water, and at some point you get attacked, there is absolutely zero fucking chance that you can blame the bull sharks. They're bull sharks. They do what they do. You know, if a dog is growling at you and the hair on the back of his neck is standing up and his ears go back and he bares his teeth, and you go, oh, don't worry, dogs love me, and you stick your hand through the fucking fence, whose fault is that? Clearly that dog is agitated. You're the dumb fuck in that scenario, not the dog. If you let Muslims move into this country, you're the dumb fuck, not them. They have a plan. Their plan is very simple. Read their book. Don't take their book and go, oh, it's not a big deal. It's not a big deal. Yeah, their book is full of hatred and anger, and they want to kill you if you don't pay higher taxes. And even then, you're a second-class citizen, and you better hope you don't have daughters because, hey, you know, age of consent. Well, whenever the Muslim man says that they've gone through precocious puberty. Well, what does precocious puberty mean? Well, luckily, I watched a debate with a Muslim cleric, and the way he explained it is, as soon as the girl starts to demonstrate things that may be considered puberty. Well, so wait, so she hasn't had her period yet. No. So she's not really even like semi grown up. No. But she's reached the age of consent. Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. What? Wait a minute. What? At what point do you go, no, that's not how, like when people say, oh, this country's diversity is its greatest strength. What? When did that lie become acceptable? When did that lie become acceptable? That's clearly not true. That's provably, evidentially not true. There's no way you can say that diversity has helped us. Really? Look at the south side of Chicago. Look at Atlanta. Look at Oakland. Look at any city where there's a main street that says Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard. And tell me how great diversity is for this country. No, bullshit. Dearborn is a completely different and exactly the same subject. Because I have seen Black Americans who are fucking furious in Dearborn because their point is, I'm a Christian. Okay, well, you know what? You're a Christian. That's a good start. I mean, just from the standpoint of your Bible doesn't say anything about murdering everybody else that's not like you. Oh, it doesn't? No. The New Testament doesn't talk about who you kill. It doesn't say anything. Okay, well then, what about Islam? Oh yeah, they got a kill list that's half the length of my arm. What about Judaism? Both of my legs and arms, and another 150 meters, because Judaism wants to kill everyone. Everyone. There's no safe haven. Now, granted, you can read Islam the same way. Islamists are the same way. They're like, well, you can pay us our whatever, the jizya or whatever it's called. I butchered that, but you can pay us our you're a dirtbag tax and we won't kill you. Probably. Although that didn't go so well for the people in Spain. Yeah, they paid their I'm not a Muslim tax, and guess what? Well, that's the thing. It's an interesting idea. This idea of secularism. And I like it a lot. I think that it is the most successful way to run any organization. Because unless all of you agree completely on the religion, shit's always going to go sideways. That's just the way it is. So even if you all say you're Christians, there's, okay, but like what kind of Christian? Are you Lutheran? Yeah. You're like a Protestant? Yeah. Catholic? What are you? Oh, shit. Oh, I don't know, man. What? I like Jesus. What kind of Jesus? Like what flavor? What? I don't know what that, what does all that bullshit mean? It's just bullshit. There's Jesus and that's it. And there's what he said and that's it. But do you believe this part or that part or, that he was a ghost after the fact, but not really a ghost. And he rose and talked to people and all right, whatever. So don't listen to God's message. God damn it. I really need to get a bigger office because that's about the 8th time I've almost ripped my fucking desk out of the floor with my elbow. Here, I'm just going to back up there. Well, again, Buddhism doesn't seem to be, it's not really a religion, but it doesn't really seem to be evil. And Christianity in and of itself doesn't seem to be evil. Turn the other cheek, love thy neighbor. If you actually take it seriously, there are a lot of people in this country that pretend to be Christians just because it's convenient and they want, the stupid fuckers to vote for them. And yes, there's a lot of stupid fuckers who vote for them because they say they're Christian. It's really, really sad. But the idea is that there are some religions out there that are extremely toxic. Judaism and Islam. Like, holy shit, can we please grow up as a species and admit that not only is that shit vile and ugly and violent, but it doesn't make any fucking sense. You know? Like when people say to me, oh, well, Jesus walked on water. It's like, oh, you're one of those fucking idiots. Okay. You don't understand. No, but it says in the Bible, yeah, whatever. It's like, if you say you're a Judeo-Christian, look, you're either Judeo-Christian or you're a real Christian. You don't get to be both because Jews hate Christians. Hate them. Absolutely hate them. If I said I'm going to put your balls in a vice or I'm going to make you live with Christians for the rest of your life, they'd be like, look, just cut them off. I don't even care. Put them in a vice, cut them off, whatever. I don't want to live with those animals. Oh, that's really neat to think of it that way. Well, unfortunately, yeah, gangs are the small-mindedest of all of the sort of tribes, You've got these guys that are in gangs in like, the South Side of Chicago or East LA or Watts, Compton. And, their IQs are right around 60, all of them. Every once in a while, a guy will fall into one of these gangs that has an IQ of 85 or 90, and he's like a prophet to them. But for the most part, they're just insanely low IQ, really, really ignorant people who just go, hey, look, man, why not? Why not poison our neighborhood? Why not sell drugs to children? Why not do everything that's wrong with society? Why not shoot each other? Oh, act like animals. Great. That's really gonna help you in the long run. So, and then of course there are those of them who have 100 IQ, like, oh, I don't know. What's the super mayor in New Orleans? What's her name? It does prove one thing. It proves that Black women can be as absurdly crooked and completely devoid of any soul as Black men. Because everybody was like, look, man, after Marion Barry, and then after he got caught with a hooker and crack in a motel room, and he got reelected, people were like, damn, Black people are so stupid, they'll vote for anybody as long as they've got charisma. And they can say, it's white people's fault. Which state has the highest average IQ? I would have to say probably New York, maybe California. That would, yeah, but Obama was only like, he was Black from maybe here up. I mean, his mom was white, and he was about the whitest Black man ever. And Black people are the most prejudiced people on earth. Massachusetts, that does not surprise me. That really doesn't surprise me. But Black people were brutal to him. They were like, oh, he thinks he can talk like a Black man. He can't give speeches like Black people can give speeches. We give the best speeches, blah, blah, blah. And it's like, he thinks he's Martin Luther King. No, he thinks he's the most powerful elected official on planet Earth, and he is. And he gives a damn good speech. The way he talked, the meter of his voice, the way that he would raise his voice and lower his voice, the sincerity in which he said shit that we all know must have been bullshit, but he said it like he meant it. And yeah, do I hate Obama? No. I didn't get sucked into that whole tribal dumb bullshit thing. Obama's the worst. And Trump is the best, by the way. And then there are other people that are like, no, Biden did more for the blah, 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 blah. I think that that guy I think it's Jon Ossoff, right? He is scary. He's scary because he's got some pull, man. He's got some personality. He could go a long, long way. You're all the worst. Oh. It's nice to see that Alfie has the slightest idea what my politics are, because clearly Alf is from another planet. Well, Obama was a crappy president, but how do you define crappy president? Bush got us into a war in Afghanistan because we were attacked by Osama bin Laden. So we went after Osama bin Laden in Afghanistan. And then we attacked Iraq again. And what was in Iraq exactly? Nothing. Not a fucking thing. And everybody knew it at the time. Everybody knew. But within a month of 9/11 happening, they had a list of 7 countries that they wanted to overthrow the governments in or go to war with. So simple. That's it. And in a sense, yeah, I mean, at least he acted presidential. He never said anything horribly embarrassing. You know, he had a good sense of humor. He would say things that were kind of funny, like, if anybody's got any good ideas, I'm all ears. I mean, yeah, it's nice to see a self-deprecating leader of the free world. So, you know, I didn't mind him. I didn't think that he was a terrible president. I didn't think he did much of anything. But, you know, when Bush was president, we got all fired up and went into Iraq. What? Iraq was a completely destroyed country. We went in and found their weapons of mass destruction during the first Gulf War. I can show you video. It's called Qamishiyah. And Qamishiyah is the weapons depot in Iraq that we blew up in place, by the way, which is why Gulf War syndrome became a thing. Because we blew up hundreds of thousands of pounds of chemical and biological weapons in place. And when you see the smoke cloud going up into the sky, you would absolutely think that it's nuclear. You absolutely think that we must have used a tactical nuke. No, we just used several hundred tons of high explosives. And we blew up Qamishiyah. We knew he didn't have any weapons of mass destruction. So why did we go to war with Iraq? Anybody? Who gave them the chemical weapons? Well, we gave them a lot of the chemical weapons. We gave them some of the what's it called? The sarin. We gave them some of the cyclosarin. We gave them some of the anthrax. They bought some from Israel. They bought some from France. They bought some from who else? Oh, the United Kingdom. There were some crates in there. By the way, you can see all this. Well, napalm's like chocolate pudding. Who gives a fuck? You know, napalm's not a big deal. If you don't get it on you, it's fun to watch. It's great for, you know, cooking a steak. But yeah, nerve gases, all different kinds of shit. And so basically, yeah, all the Western countries. And so, you know, the joke in Washington, D.C., when we were about to go to war with them again was, yeah, we know they've got weapons of mass destruction. We got the receipts. We sold them all of that shit. You know, Saddam Hussein was this murderous son of a bitch who was just horrible. He killed a whole village. He gassed a whole fucking village. Killed all the people in that village. Where did he get the meteorological reports to know which way the wind was blowing that day? If you said the National Reconnaissance Office, the NRO, the biggest of all Big Daddy security intelligence agencies, you were right. He got all that shit. We knew ahead of time he was going to kill everybody in that village because we sold him the chemical weapons he used, and then we gave him the weather reports to make sure he didn't accidentally gas his own troops who were outside the city. Men, women, and children. And we signed off on it. So did we know that we had gone in and taken out all of the chemical, biological weapons? Yeah, we knew. And did we go to war in 2003 anyway? Yep. Did we spend 15 years completely destroying that country from top to bottom, side to side, and making it completely and utterly vulnerable to ISIS, which we created ourselves? Yeah, sure did. Yep, that's how we did that. Okay, but wait, why? Why? Why would we choose to spend trillions of American taxpayer dollars? Yeah, but Gregory, how do you figure it's 9/11 payback when Iraq had nothing to do with 9/11? They admitted Saddam Hussein fucking hated Osama bin Laden. One guy is a secular dictator who runs his country however he wants and lets women drive and go gamble and has nightclubs, etc. The other is a fundamentalist. A fundamentalist. Oh, well, how'd they get along? Well, Osama bin Laden went and hid in Iraq for about 2 months back in the 90s. And he caused so much shit that Saddam Hussein uninvited him and told him, go somewhere else. So what's that about? That's exactly what it was. The Greater Israel Project demanded that we go in and we dismantle Iraq. And we dismantle Saddam Hussein and his army, because even though they were our boys, they were getting just a little too dangerous. You can't have that many well-trained troops right on the border. Right on the border, man. I mean, look, Jordan's not that big. You just slide right past Jordan, you know? So, okay, well, then if they wanted that done, then they must have wanted Syria overthrown. Oh, that's right. Syria was overthrown. Huh. Well, how do they feel about Lebanon? Oh, wait. Lebanon is a country with a Christian president. Yeah, you heard me. The president of Lebanon is Christian. The minister of defense, the guy that would be basically Pete Hegseth guy, he's Christian. In Lebanon. Wait, but only 30% of the people in Lebanon are Christians. Yeah, that beats the shit out of Saudi Arabia at 0.1%. Oh, so wait. So Lebanon isn't really like a hardcore Muslim Islamist country. No, not at all. Not at all. They're very proud of the fact that the Muslims there get along very well with the Christians. And it's almost like the ideal setup. Like, I'll give you an example. The Muslims and the Christians get along so well that the oldest Christian village on earth is in southern Lebanon. And the Muslims don't even try to live there. They're like, oh, that's your village. It goes all the way back to Jesus walking with Lazarus together in that village. You know what? That's your village. You guys it's all yours. Now, not only is it completely 100% Christians that lived there, but it's gone. It's gone. Israel flattened it, just fucking obliterated it. The oldest Christian village on planet Earth, where Jesus walked with Lazarus, is gone. Does it say any in the Bible that you beat women to submission? No, not in the New Testament. That's the Bible. The Old Testament's not the Bible. Israel invaded Beirut, Lebanon capital in the 80s. Well, that's what created Hezbollah. That's the crazy thing, is people don't understand. Hezbollah didn't just pop out of the ground one day. The Christians there would not have allowed that. And the Christians are the power structure of Lebanon. They hold all the power in the government. And the Muslims are totally cool with that. They're like, fuck it, you run the country. We're good. because the Christians don't fuck with them. They don't try to tell them what day they could pray or where or any of that shit, what meat you can eat. They don't do that. So the Muslims are like, all right, cool. You run the country. We're good with that. So what the hell caused Hezbollah to pop up? That's just going to create problems. The Muslims don't want that. The Muslims literally had the most beautiful country in the fucking world. Everybody agreed. Beirut was an absolute paradise on earth. Why would they want to disrupt that by allowing a bunch of their own kids or nephews or whatever to come up with, to create a terrorist organization? They didn't. Hezbollah was a reaction to the Israelis invading and saying, hey, we're going to take just this part right here. We just need a buffer zone. It's like, what? The fuck? You can't take a buffer zone. There's no buffer zone. That's our land. Not anymore, it's not. Well, at that point, what are the Christians going to do? Fight Israel? Are you shitting me? There's no way. The Christians aren't allowed to fight the Israelis. That's anti-Semitic. You can't do that. Every Nazi soldier, every single Nazi had a belt buckle that said, God is with us. They swore an oath to God and to Hitler. They considered themselves Christians. So Christians trying to drive the Israelis out of their own territory? Nope, not going to happen. But the Muslims were like, fuck it. They just stole all that land from the Palestinians, called it Israel. Now they're going to do that to Lebanon. Fuck that. Let's get some rockets. Well, come on, man. You think these people are illiterate? Look, I don't like the Muslim ideology at all. I think that the Muslim religion is batshit crazy. It's clearly a death cult. But that doesn't mean they're stupid. They're brainwashed. They grow up in it and they don't have any choice. They're literally raised in that faith. And they know that apostasy, to change or leave that faith, is a death sentence. So if you're born in Islam, baby, you better stay in Islam. Otherwise, that's it. Muslims suffered greatly at the hands of Jews and Christians. No, that's not true at all. The hands of Christians. Like when you invaded Spain? When you tried to invade France? Is that what you're talking about? War criminals, but with propaganda machines. Okay, well, why don't you go ahead and say Zionists? You can't be a Christian and a Zionist. It's impossible. Britain and France occupied the Middle East and Africa. I see. Okay. Well, I don't know that England would be considered very Christian anymore, but yeah, I suppose. And France, what did France take over in the Middle East? Well, I guess North Africa, I guess Algeria. Yeah. Yeah, I see your point. There were a couple sort of shitholes that they took over. Look what that got them. Well, medieval Christian battles don't count at all. I mean, when Muhammad got a wild hair up his ass to decide that it was time to take over the world, and they swept through North Africa and all of the Middle East, and then they started to sweep into Europe, and the way they did it was by conquering and killing all of the Jews and Christians they found. It's like, oh, well, wait a minute. How far are you going to let them get before you push back? Well, they got all the way to fucking Spain, and they were about to literally take over Europe. And that's when the Pope said, you know what? We got a serious problem here. They're called Islamists, and we need to push back now, or there won't be anything left. And that is exactly what just happened. That's literally why the Crusades happened. Defeated in the USA, it's not a matter of defeating them, because I don't want to change them. I just want them to go back to where they came from, to where their way of thinking is normal, to where their ideology is perfectly rational to them, and just be with their own kind. I mean, look, I don't I don't think the idea of having sex with my wife who's 8 years old is okay. I don't think that I'm allowed to beat her. I don't think that if my daughter goes out with a guy and I don't know who he is and he's not part of the family that she's already been promised to, like a fucking goat, then at that point I have to bury her a certain depth. And there have been arguments in Islam under Sharia law about how deep to bury her so that she maintains her modesty before you pick up rocks and murder her in public. Ooh, okay, well, wait, what? Is that a thing? Yeah, well, what if you're gay? Well, if you're gay, well then that's what they do in Chop Chop Square in Riyadh. They cut the heads off of gay men to this day. If you ever go to Saudi Arabia, if you're ever blessed enough that you can go to Saudi Arabia, even though it's still pretty much a closed city, closed country, if you ever go there and you go to Riyadh, they have a place called Chop Chop Square. And on Friday at noon, they drag out all of the apostates and all of the traitors, people who they think might be working for Iran, who, yes, they are absolutely Muslims, but they're Shia Muslims, not Sunni Muslims. So that's a problem. So you might see somebody get their head chopped off for that. They'll definitely get their head chopped off for being queer. If you're gay, you better keep your fucking mouth shut. Because if you were gay in Gaza, you just get tossed off the whatever's left of the only building left in Gaza. But if you're gay in anywhere else in the Muslim world that practices Sharia law, come out and say you're gay and watch what happens. That's it. I love it. I love the way that, look, I get it. I get it. Muslims do not like when you point out the nasty shit about their religion. They want to talk about the good stuff, which I don't know. I don't know what I mean. I know that they think that there's really great stuff about Islam, like the women. The women have to be completely covered up because I don't know, but the women seem to think that it's fantastic. That's the best thing ever. Now, when you talk about something like genital mutilation, that's one of the things that I really dislike about the Democrats and the woke idiots is that they talk about the Me Too movement, and it's like I remember somebody went after Ben Affleck because they said that he touched their ass at a party. Oh, did he walk up and grab your ass and go, "Hey, nice ass, bitch," or did he bump into your ass because it was a crowded room? There didn't say. Just he touched my ass, and I felt threatened by it. So she fucking sued him, and it's like everybody cheered for this woman because she sued Ben Affleck. Okay, but are you going to go over to Africa? And are you going to try to get the Muslims who are using razor blades to cut the clitoris off of 8-year-old girls to stop? Are you going to make sure that those clinics that they do that in are clean so that these girls don't die? Are you going to stop the practice of adding a few extra stitches into their girl parts? What? Why would you do that? Well, you see, if you cut it and then you stitch it together and just leave just enough for, menstruation, well, then they can't fuck around and they can just get it reversed when it's time to make a baby. They'll go in and have a surgery and have that reversed. It'll be cut back open. Now, you see this shit and you're like, and then, you get some Muslim guy who's like, look, that's all bullshit. That's not true. None of that's true. And you go, okay, what's taqiyya? And they go, and taqiyya is ridiculous. It's like, okay, what is taqiyya? Well, that's the ability for a Muslim to lie to a non-Muslim in order to advance Islam. And it's considered a virtue. Lying is considered a virtue. Yeah. Okay. Well, that's pretty sad. Why would you consider lying a virtue? Well, because if we tell the truth, we're going to seem like some pretty barbaric, backwards ass cave monkeys. Oh, well then, yeah, you should definitely lie. I mean, absolutely. I think I've upset somebody. One of the cave people's really mad at me. Look, I get it. Here's the problem. If you wanted to come over to a country that uses reason to make decisions as opposed to, look, this dude who could fuck 20 women in one night, I know he brags about it in the Bible, our version of the Bible anyway. If you really want to be cool, you gotta convert to this. And then you can beat your wife. And by the way, if you turn your back on her and say, I divorce you, then that's it. She's fucked. She has to go. First of all, she can remarry, but she has to stay celibate for, I believe it's 2 cycles, right? Two cycles. Is that? Be careful what you say. Oh yeah, that's the other thing. Criticize Muhammad and his big, humongous, super powerful dick, and then they'll threaten you with violence, which I think in this case is probably not what he thinks it is. Since as a Marine, I hunted really, really bad people. The kind of people who would threaten to kill somebody because you insulted them. We should have a Muhammad drawing contest. That would be fun. Let's see. Okay. Real quick, I'm gonna block the dipshit here. Amr Tash and Beck, whatever his name is. I just blocked him. You don't understand what our religion is. Yes, I do. Just read and learn from the Quran. Where do you think I got this, dude? Do you actually think that I didn't check to make sure that all of this is actually in the Quran? You don't think I did my homework? Of course I did. I did my homework. Your religion isn't a religion. It's a death cult. You've got to fart this way. You wipe your ass with this hand. Don't touch, don't touch this with that. Look this way when you pray. Do it 5 times a day. The Quran opens the door to knowledge for you. Are you serious? This isn't the 14th century anymore. The things that are in that book are literally almost laughably stupid. They are almost laughably unintelligent now. Look, I get it. Islam was the seat of all learning during the Middle Ages. Death cults, they actually do throw bombs at people all the time. That's what you're most famous for, blowing yourself up. Blowing your nose in the morning, you get Satan out. That's funny. Apache pilots caught Muzzy with a goat in Afghanistan at night. Well, that's normal. That's not even a thing anymore. Nobody cares because you know what? It's better for them to rape a goat than to do it to 8 or 9 year old boy. And that's what dancing boys are for. No, never any school children. I'm not IDF, but that's exactly what the IDF does. See, that's the thing. You've got these, it's really funny. You've got these two absolutely horrific, devil worshiping, antichrist factions that are fighting for the heart and soul of Christianity. What? Like, wait a minute. You've got evil, and then you've got evil. And somehow these two groups, which would annihilate each other if they had an opportunity, they want to drag us into the fight. Like, wait, I don't want to fight with Islam. Look, the Middle East, that's where your master was born. That's where you came up with all of your backwards ass sand people rules. Go for it, bro. Stay there. Stay there. Stop running to my country because my people are way more successful than yours. Look, if it weren't for the oil underneath the ground, you guys would still be fucking using slings and rocks on each other. You know? I mean, come on. Why did the British pick the House of Saud? Does anybody know? Because the House of Saud were the most gruesome, violent, ill-tempered motherfuckers in Arabia. And we went to them and said, hey, if you'll keep all these other fucking idiots in line, we'll make you the royal family. And they said, royal family, that's got a nice ring to it. What do we have to do? And we said, well, the House of Saud is going to have to basically kill anybody who disagrees with us or them. And they said, oh, done. Saudi Arabia. It's not Arabia anymore. It's now Saudi Arabia. Where'd the king come from? Oh, isn't that ironic? What, did Allah preordain that there would be a king in Saudi Arabia? No. So what did Allah have to say about kings? What did Muhammad say about men who called themselves kings? Are you allowed to have a king between you and Allah? Omar, I'm not defending what the CIA did in Iran. See, this is the problem, is I'm saying, look, Islam, the whole thing, it's demonstrably a disaster. And it's pathetic and it's grotesque. In its entire form, there's nothing about it that is redeemable. It's just horse shit. A warlord who bragged about his dick managed to convince enough people who couldn't read or write that he was the prophet. And every time he wanted something, he would say, give me a minute. And he'd run away and come back and go, God just told me I should have your wife for my wife. What? Yeah, and your daughter should be my wife too. Oh, what? You can only have 4 wives. I'll have 20 because God ordered it, but don't worry. What? Yeah, everything he wanted, God just ordered. Look, it's obvious. The guy was a narcissistic dipshit. And now, in a world where people can read and write and use reason, there's no chance. There's no chance that he would survive. But back then, with a bunch of people who literally thought that the sun fell into the water at night and had to be relit in the morning, I mean, what the fuck? Yeah, those people were convinced. But to come to me as somebody who obviously has a much higher IQ than you do, and to say, look, Muhammad, that's where you want to go for knowledge. About what? What exactly is Muhammad going to teach me? They can't come to Jesus, dude. That's called apostasy. Do you understand that in the 50 countries that are Muslim countries, most of those countries, it is either a criminal offense or a death sentence under Sharia law to convert to Christianity. It's a death sentence, period. Why do you think their numbers are growing? It's not because people around the world are seeing the light and saying, oh, you know what? I'm a Christian now, but boy, it sure be, my life would be so much better if I were a Muslim, especially women. The women that are in Islam absolutely blow my mind. It's crazy. How on earth can a woman stick up for a religion that treats them like a fucking goat? Look, if you don't want the goat and you want to kill the goat, it has to be halal. You have to kill it very gently so as not to taint the meat with things like adrenaline, which does make meat taste funky. So what do? You take an extremely sharp object and you poke them very gently. They most of the time don't even react. They don't even move. They don't feel it. It's like a bug bite to them. And then slowly over the course of a minute or so, they bleed out and then they just fall asleep. That's halal. Now, if you see your daughter talking to a boy from another family that's not related to her, under Sharia law, you have to take her and bury her up to her chest in the ground, and then everyone in the village, including you and your son, if she has a brother, have to pick up rocks and kill her. You have to beat her to death with rocks. If it were me and somebody said you should be a Muslim, I'd say, well, if I've got a choice between being a Muslim woman and a Muslim goat, can I be the goat? Because at least if I do something wrong or people get hungry, I'll be killed politely. I won't just be bashed in the fucking head. That's the problem, is when somebody says to me, hey man, Islam is a religion of peace. It's like, okay, you know what? Just stop. Don't try to bullshit me. That's retarded. Nope, I use the word. Now I could say that on YouTube, by the way, all day long, and I won't get kicked off, which by the way, Big and Corn-Fed on YouTube, you better go there now because I just said a word that will get me kicked off. Absolutely. It always does, which they call it hate speech. Now, kids call each other that in school all the time now. Again, it's very popular. And you can say it on YouTube. You can say it on Twitch. You could say it on Facebook, anywhere else, but you're not allowed to say the R word here. So we'll see how much longer I've got before you have to go over to YouTube to watch the rest of this live stream. It's still Big and Corn-Fed. It's just on YouTube. And I'm live streaming. So we'll see how long. Oh, well, that's a very clever retort there, Yasser. I'm full of shit. Yes, yeah, I'm sure I am. And yes, I am a white boy. And I know that drives you crazy because you are clearly not, which is why you would invade my country and ruin it and turn it into one of your Middle Eastern shitholes. Full contradictions. You sit in your echo chamber full of what? Contradictions and lies. Give me one. Look, man, this is supposed to be a discussion. This is supposed to be like an open talk. Like I say this is true and you say, no. As a matter of fact, here's the truth. And I go, well, all right, let me look it up. And I'll look it up. And then we'll see. But that's not how this game is played by Muslims. Muslims go, that's not true. That's not true. Oh, okay. Well, what is true? Well, did you know that you guys bombed us? Okay. Yeah, great. Let's get back to the fact that your religion, going back for 1,400 years, is complete diarrhea of the brain. Let's start there. You have a problem with Muhammad, and we have a problem with you regarding Jesus. Okay, well, guess what? This is still a predominantly Christian nation. So go the fuck away. That's all. Just go away. Go to a country where you can take over and force everybody to do your bidding and your will. But it ain't this country. As a matter of fact, I can tell you with 100% certainty that if Muslims keep trying to come to the United States and take over the country, which is exactly what you all say secretly to each other, and some of you have the guts to actually say it out loud. I've seen imams literally saying, "Come on, look, brothers, don't lie to him anymore." They know you're lying now. When you say Islam is a religion of peace, they know that you're lying. So be honest. Tell them the truth. We're here to take over. We're here to conquer. Well, here's the problem. Islam has no place in the world of men. It just doesn't have a place anymore. Sharia law is coming. Is what? Is coming. Let me say it here in your echo chamber. Yeah, well, guess what? I know that there are probably a couple 100 million people in the United States that are saying, fuck around and find out, man. This is not the country for that. Trust me. You don't want that. You can think that you want that, but when was the last time Muslims won a battle against the Christians? Because I'm pretty sure it was 800 years ago. And that ain't going to change. That's not going to change anytime soon. Because the reality is that Islam has been heavily promoting the inbreeding of Muslims for 1,400 years. And it's showing a lot. Like the impulse control, the ability to not lose your shit and start crying and screaming and getting violent. Look, if somebody burns a Bible in the United States, Christians go, "Oh, that's terrible. That's terrible. They shouldn't do that." Well, somebody obviously hurt them. Move on with the day. If somebody burns a Quran publicly, 50 people in Pakistan died that day because it happened. How do you defend that? Look, there weren't even any Christians. They didn't kill Christians in Pakistan. It was fucking Muslims that died in Pakistan. What? Yeah. Yeah, Muslims actually crushed each other on accident because the riots were so violent because somebody burned the Quran. Yeah. Damn, compensating for much? Look, when I see a guy that's driving a truck and the bottom of that truck is 4 feet off the ground and he's got fucking 45-inch mudder tires all the way around it, I'm pretty sure he's not even going to come up to my nipples. And I'm 99% of the time right. The only person I know, my buddy Danny, who's a Navy SEAL, who just loved the idea of having a big ass truck. Well, you know what? After serving 3 tours or 4 tours in Iraq, when he came home, he bought himself a big ass truck. He broke the mold. But for the most part, you can tell when somebody's compensating for something. Well, let's see. Hold on. Maybe we should order Qurans and then burn them. Oh, that's probably not a good idea because you'll get kicked off of TikTok. Remember that TikTok is very, very careful nowadays. No, the Oklahoma City bombing. No, I think that was practice for 9/11, and I don't think that you did 9/11 either. There are a lot of things that the Muslims have not done that they've been blamed for, by the way. I don't think they did 9/11. I don't think that they did Oklahoma City. I think Oklahoma City was a run up. That was a practice run. Can we get away with something this brazen? And yeah, they sure could. Martin, which is worse? It depends on how you consider worse. I mean, that's a tough one because um, I've known a lot of Shia Muslims. I grew up in Los Angeles, in Hollywood. I ran around in Burbank and Pasadena, where there's tons and tons of Persians. One of my favorite places to eat was in Westwood on Westwood Boulevard, which they call Little Baghdad, or is it Tehran? Sorry, Little Tehran. And you know, the look, I love fucking burnt rice with saffron just as much as the next guy, and I love the Persian people. But it's kind of tough because number one, they're not Arabs at all, and are they are they hardcore Muslims? Yeah, they sure are. Very hardcore Muslims. But I've never had an issue with them ever. And again, you know, I've dated Persian women. I've had Persian business partners, but I will say this: they were all here in the United States, so they were the ones that were forced out after 1979. That that could make it a problem. Read the Quran to know your shit. Yeah, Rabbi Shmuley got your women pimped. Rabbi Shmuley is a pig. He's an absolute pig. He's not, I mean, the guy literally wants to get rid of everybody that's not Jewish. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing is that, you know, look at, so why the CIA, okay, oops, not jumped ahead. Why did the CIA Ajax mission happen? The last two times I was here, you just ranted and raved. Yeah, I do that sometimes. It's a grant rant. So why did the CIA do that? The CIA is a business. It is the central industrial agency. It doesn't serve the United States. It serves the military industrial complex. It serves Israel. Israel wants us to kill all of you. I don't want to kill Muslims. I have no interest in killing Muslims. I don't have time. I'm busy making awesome looking babies with beautiful women. I got 5 of them so far. It's like a collection, really. And they're all fucking awesome. Now, some of them are a little kind of dipshitty like me, and that makes it even more fun because they're goofy. A couple of them are very serious. It's very funny, but I love kids. I love my kids. And so that I'd rather be doing that than out killing Muslims. So, but if you try to shove Sharia law up my ass, it will not go down well. Waco was just absolutely the worst fuck up in the history of the ATF, which is an absolute pathetic joke of an agency. If you think the FBI is pathetic, they are. The ATF makes the FBI look like they are all Delta Force operators. And by the way, as a master combat swimmer in the Marine Corps, I have nothing but respect for Delta guys. They're fucking badass. They are the most badass. Marine Raiders, Marine Recon, Delta, and some of the SEAL teams are absolutely the best. So, yeah, well, you know, Waco was just people who get paid $30,000 a year but have a lot of authority, completely forgetting that they're not trained, they're not warriors, they're not soldiers, and they're not very bright. That's all. No, it is your problem if they bomb kids in Gaza. It's your problem. It's my problem. It's everybody's problem. If you let the Israelis kill that many Muslims and you have no reaction at all, you're not a Muslim. You are not a Muslim. Period. That's just a fact. You might call yourself a Muslim, but Muhammad wouldn't piss on you to put you out if you were on fire. You're not a Muslim. To watch 100,000 innocent civilians die and go, well, what can we do? It's Israel. Really? It's Israel. And because the Jews are so much above you, so much better than Muslims, there's nothing you can do. You can't react. Yeah, that's right. If the Muslim world says, hey, Israel, enough, stop, period. If Egypt and Turkey and Iran and Saudi Arabia, which, by the way, Saudi Arabia, you can hardly even call them Muslim. They're just whores. They're just a bunch of fat, cocaine-addled whores who bring in beautiful white women on the weekends for their 300,000-foot palaces. They fly them in on private jets. They put them in blacked-out SUVs so that the poor people in the country, that 30% unemployment in Saudi Arabia, they can't see. The religious police, they don't see it. So if your burqa's too far back on your head and you're showing hair, yeah, you'll go to jail for that. If I walk down the street with a Bible in my hand, I'll get the shit beat out of me for that. But if you bring in 500 cases of 12-year-old scotch, a pound of Coke, and 400 hot Swedish hookers, well, then that just makes you the royal family. So they don't even count. But if Egypt, which is still Muslim, and Turkey, and Pakistan, and Iran said, hey, Israel, no more. No more. Put back what you just stole from Lebanon. Stop killing Palestinians. Figure it out. You're not turning Gaza into a fucking resort. You're not going to do that. You're not going to kill 2 million people. You're not going to do that. So why don't the Muslims do that? There are 2 billion Muslims in the world. 2 billion Muslims. There's 15 million Jews. But the Muslims are terrified of them. Well, that just means you don't believe in your own book. What happens if you die in battle? Come on, man. We all know. Now, I will say this. It's been pretty interesting. 4,000 Israelis injured and more than 200 killed in the latest war. Yeah? What, is that supposed to impress me? There's 9 million people living in that country. Okay, so how many people have they killed in Lebanon? Who's not even at war with them, by the way. Lebanon's not even in fucking war with them. Not even at fucking war with Israel. I can't stand it. I got to know. How many people have been killed in Lebanon by Israel in the last 12 months? That's odd. AI didn't want to help me with that. Oh, fuck. You got to be kidding me. Really? 8,900 people. 8,900 people. That so Israel has attacked 7 different countries in the last 12 months. Fired missiles at them, flown drones at them, bombed them, terrorize them. That's just crazy. They've attacked 7 other countries, all in their own defense. Just in this country alone, just in Lebanon, which, by the way, is also a Christian nation, run by Christians. President's Christian, defense minister's Christian. I mean, what's the problem here? They're not at war with Lebanon. And yet they've killed almost 9,000 Lebanese. And you're telling me that, what, I'm supposed to be impressed that 4,000 Israelis have died after attacking 7 countries? That's why I'm saying, look, guys, as Muslims, if you want to come to the United States of America and you want to enjoy our culture, our civilization, great. Soak it up. But the moment you try to enact Sharia law, you're going to find out that the one thing that the United States of America does better than anyone else in the history of the world is kill people. That's us. We get to say that we kill motherfuckers better than anybody else. So come over here and try to take over our country through the use of violence, because you're not going to do it any other way. I mean, how are you going to take a bunch of Christians and go, hey, look, from now on, your wife has to wear a burqa? No. Nope. I mean, I love what you did in Dearborn. I think that's absolutely hilarious. All the woke Democrats voted for you and said, oh, you know what? We're so happy. Diversity is our strength. And the moment that the entire city council and most of the police department became Muslim, they said, oh, yeah, by the way, fuck that flag. You know, the rainbow flag about all the queers? That shit ain't going to fly. Literally, it's illegal to fly. Oops. But what about gay pride? Yeah, no, that's not going to happen in Dearborn. But what about all the LGBTQ plus 214 65 82s that put you guys in power? Oh, well, yeah, they're the useful idiots. They're like the brown shirts that Hitler used. Yeah, the brown shirts were awesome for Hitler. They were not awesome for anybody else. If you were a gypsy, if you were gay, ironically, most of the brown shirts were gay. That's one of the reasons that they were so fucking mean. So there was a depression going on in Germany in the 20s, a hyperinflationary depression, where obviously we've all heard about the lady with the wheelbarrow taking a bunch of Deutschmarks to buy a loaf of bread. That all ended in one night. And the way that ended was the brown shirts showed up at an enormous hall, like a feast, big. It's not like an arena; it's a beer hall. But and when I say beer hall, it doesn't really do it justice unless you've been to Germany. There are beer tents that seat 25,000 people for Oktoberfest. And by the way, if there's 25,000 people in one of those beer tents and a fight breaks out, I promise you, it's an American. Because the Germans do not do that with each other. They are unbelievably peaceful. They always have been. They just don't fight with each other. You bump into a guy and he says, "Oh, I'm so sorry." You say, "Oh, I'm so sorry." You kind of smile, "Oh, hey, Martin, nice to meet you." That kind of thing. That's it. It's not about, "Oh, you disrespected me." None of that bullshit. None of that idiotic stuff. So Hitler had his brown shirts come in to one of these huge beer halls and lock the doors after everybody was seated. Everybody that was in the room, by the way, were the wealthiest people in Germany, mostly industrialists, the guys who, like the Krupps, who made steel, things like that. And he said to them, "This is over. There is no more inflation. If any of you raise your prices by even one Deutschmark as of tomorrow, these men that you see standing around, his brown shirts, which had a reputation by then, he said, these men will come and they will kill you, period. This economic disaster is over. Everybody understood. The doors were locked. They understood what that meant. That meant agree or we'll just fucking kill you right here, right now, because this ain't gonna fucking happen. And that was it. Boom. That was the Weimar Depression was over. Kind of made him a hero with a lot of people. Now, obviously, you could do the same thing here. It won't work because we've got way too many factions and you know, again, it's just that kind of dictatorial power. You know, when people say, "Oh, it would be nice if somebody had the power to do the right thing and actually wanted to," you know, the idea of a benevolent dictator, it's great. It's a great fucking idea. It's a great idea. Literally, it's what Democrats want. Now, I know I just started some shit by saying that, but hear me out. Hear me out. What Democrats want is they want the state to take care of people. Okay? They want the state to take care of people. If you are a young woman and you want the state to take care of you for the rest of your life, great. All you have now, you have to make kind of a deal here. You can't be married. If you're married, well, now the husband has to take care of you. But if you get pregnant 3, maybe 4 times, if you have 3 or 4 kids and you're not married, well, then you can go to the state and you can say, "I need your help." And the state will say, "Absolutely. No problem. How many kids do you have? Okay, here's your money every month. Here's your food stamps. Here's everything you need." And if you're on food stamps, let me put it to you this way. If you're born and your mom is on food stamps, you're born into the top 1% of wealth on planet Earth. Out of 8 billion people, you're in the top 1% of wealth because your mother is on food stamps. Now, what Trump just did with this big, beautiful bill absolutely disgusts me. He said, "Look, if you want federal funding, states, you're going to have to cut the amount of people on your assistance." States like Arizona said, "Well, what? How?" And the federal government said, "Not our fucking problem. Just cut 20% or we'll cut your goddamn funding." So the states went, you know what? Brian Thompson, United Healthcare, that guy who got shot in the back of the head, let's do what he did. Just deny everybody. Let's just deny everybody and see who wants to really fight for it. That's how we'll get 20% off the voter or off the rolls. We'll just tell everybody you don't qualify. And that's what they did. And in the little tiny state of Arizona, with only one city, really, Phoenix, 7 million people in the whole fucking state, 180,000 children lost their food. 180,000 children. Yeah, but you can't say the word austerity in this country, not with a straight face. If you do, you're either demonic or stupid. Those are your only options. This country sends $3.8 billion a year to Israel federally. When you pitch in all of the states, yeah, states actually donate money to Israel every year. When you put together the states and the federal government, it's over $20 billion a year that we send to Israel. fucking Israel. $20 billion a year comes from the United States and goes to Israel. What? What? How many kids could you feed with that? Because we just cut 700,000 plus kids off of their food assistance. Just cut them off their food assistance. Guys, that means they go to bed hungry every night. 700,000 of our fucking children. That meant something 2 generations ago. 2 generations ago, if somebody said, hey, American children are going hungry so that we can feed Israelis, people would have said, what? Not on my fucking watch. Democrats, Republicans, nobody would have put up with that shit. But who's going to stand up to Israel? Hakeem Jeffries? He took $4.9 million from Israel. Heaven on earth. Well, the closest I ever heard to that was Beirut, Lebanon, and it's not like that anymore. Yeah, no shit. And you're absolutely right. JFK, man, I got to tell you, he was very anti-Federal Reserve Bank. He didn't want a privately owned bank to run the country. And he did not want to let Israel have a nuclear weapon. He was like, absolutely fucking not. Because there are people inside that government that are so fundamentalist, shit house fucking crazy that they would use it. And that's it. Mossad jihadists. There's an interesting concept. Yeah, the problem is that right now we're in a situation where we've been the big ugly monster that Israel drags out and uses to beat down or scare the shit out of the Arab world. And it's not the Muslim world, it's the Arab world. Because I think that their belief is that they can negotiate with the Indonesians or, the Malaysians. That's the largest Muslim country in the world, way bigger than any other. They probably believe that they can negotiate with Pakistan. I know they've made BFFs with India just recently. So why do we send the money? Because we are a wholly owned subsidiary of Israel. What do they have over us? The guy who owns this app right here, TikTok, he was adopted by a Jewish couple. He literally started Oracle with the help of the CIA. Says right there in their fucking website that that's the truth. I'm not making that up. It's not misinformation. Says so on Oracle's website. He's now one of the 5 richest men on earth, and he donated $100 million to the IDF last year. $100 million? What the fuck do the Israeli Defense Forces need money for? If the United States sends them $20 billion a year. Yeah, but he just wanted to pitch in his little piece, $100 million. Why? Well, because he wouldn't own this if it weren't for them. He wouldn't have Oracle if it weren't for them. He knows what side his bread is buttered on. He knows who's in control of the world. And it ain't Christians. That's a fact. And it sure is fucking Muslims. Look around. And by the way, all of that oil money, all that money that all those Arabs that were basically, I mean, when I say dirt poor, they weren't even dirt poor because they didn't even own dirt. 120 years ago in Arabia, you didn't have property. You just wandered around in your area. literally like a fucking wolf pack. You had a territory. And if you caught another Arab in your territory, he better A, have a damn good reason to come give you a message about something important, or B, he was a dead man. That's it. If he was from a tribe that wasn't yours, he better not be in your territory. That's how completely 12th century the Middle East was 100 years ago, 150 years ago. Now, in the 1890s, Jews started showing up in Palestine and saying, hey, look, we'd like to develop some relations with you guys. And the Palestinians were like, I don't know if you noticed, but we live in a shithole desert. What do you got? They were like, well, we're Ashkenazi, which means we're the better Jews. And believe me, there's a hierarchy in Judaism. And Ashkenazi European Jews are at the top. If you're Sephardic Jew, big nose, dark curly hair, all of that shit, you're just another Arab to them. Oh, sure, you can live in Israel, you're Jewish, but you're not going to ever run the government. That is for Ashkenazis. That's for the European Jews from places like Poland or, I don't know, Ukraine. That's a whole other rabbit hole you want to go down later. But they showed up and said, yeah, we'd be interested in maybe, we can bring aqueducts. We can do all kinds of stuff. Yes, I have been all over the world. We can bring aqueducts. We can turn some of this land into absolutely beautiful farmland. And the Palestinians were like, yeah, I mean, come on. There's plenty of room for all of us here. Yeah. No, they didn't sell their land. They said there's plenty of room for all of us. And so, hey, that's when the repatriation, if you ask a Jew, that's when it started. Now, when they were looking for a homeland, initially, they were offered Madagascar. What? Yeah. The Nazis said, look, we can get you Madagascar. The people there, they don't know what the fuck is going on. We'll just tell them you're in charge. It'll be your country. You want to get rid of them? Do whatever you want. We don't give a fuck, but we'll get you Madagascar. Well, Miguel, you tell that to the Knesset, okay? Because they run Israel. And then they said, well, okay, what else you got? And this is a good one, because this was actually written up in a document that you can find online from 1893. And it's about the idea of co-opting Somaliland. Where's Somaliland? Well, it's obviously part of Somalia. It's actually a very nice part of Somalia. It's the northern part, right up against the coastline. Well, that sounds beautiful. So you're in Somalia. You've got this very sparsely populated place with mostly nomadic herders. Nobody owns a lot of real estate there. It's right on the Red Sea. I mean, damn, you could grow pretty much anything there. You can grow grapes, you can grow whatever you want. Like, it sounds pretty tasty. Nope. There were a few absolutely hardcore fundamentalist Jews that said, no, we want to go home to our land, only our land. Of course, at the time, the Nazis were trying to work with them in the 30s, early 30s, and saying, okay, but, and if you don't believe me, Google, what is the coin that has a swastika and a Jewish Star of David? What is that about? And you'll see that there are coins that were made that were Nazi Jewish coins, because the Nazis didn't have this idea of killing all the Jews. That wasn't their initial idea. Their initial idea is, we don't like how fundamentally corruptive they are to our way of life. They talk about transgender people. They say that being gay is totally cool. Like, being gay is no big deal. When the Germans were like, no, that's a big deal. We're Christians. That's not cool. So and basically when during the 20s and 30s under a lot of Jewish influence, a lot of books were written about, that God wasn't really the answer, that government was the answer. And it was really interesting. The Germans had become extremely woke and liberal. The very first sex change operation took place in Berlin. There were streets where you could go if you wanted to find a prostitute and her daughter, so that you could have both, a grown woman and her child at the same time. There was an entire street dedicated to just women and their young daughters. It was just a thing, no biggie, And so what happened was this nationalist Christian movement said, hey, we're going down the wrong fucking path here. Like, first of all, we're all broke. We're all suffering. World War I was a total fucking disaster. And now we're not allowed to have a fucking army. We're not allowed to basically defend ourselves. And this isn't what Germany's supposed to be. Okay, well, what is Germany supposed to be? Well, that's when people like Hitler said, well, it's supposed to be an Aryan Christian nation. And these people shouldn't be a part of it. So they went to them and said, look, how do we amiably get you the fuck out of here? Like, can we talk about this? And of course, the Jews at the time were totally cool with it. They were like, okay, wait, you don't want us to be here, but you want to help us reestablish a Jewish homeland? All right, what's your plan? Like, wouldn't you? If your religion had been kicked out of 109 different countries all around Europe over 2,000 years, like, you're constantly getting kicked out of someplace. The people in that area finally get sick of you and tell you to get the fuck out. And somebody says, hey, why don't you just have your own homeland again? And you're like, that would be really cool. Nobody's kicking us out of that. So, yeah, well, that's the thing is, I don't think Germans understand. They're not allowed to hear any of this shit. If you don't say that the Germans are evil and that the Jews were just absolutely the nicest human beings ever, that's it. You're cut off. Like, you either make Schindler's List or you don't make a movie about World War II, period. The Nazis are always going to be the bad guys. And you know what? They killed a lot of fucking people. They really bought that bullshit of we're superior to everyone. I know, because my family in Poland was Catholic and still 18 of them disappeared. I was really lucky because my mom was actually born in Auschwitz. That's fucking wild. There were only about 30 babies that came out of Auschwitz at the end of the war, and she just happened to be one of them. So otherwise I wouldn't be here, which, by the way, is the reason I can say that even though I'm Polish, I'm probably part German. Yeah. Yep. Because I can tell you this, I don't know who my grandfather was, but the odds that my grandmother was not in a Nazi breeding program, she was absolutely beautiful. The blondest hair you've ever seen and the bluest eyes you've ever seen. And she spoke 13 languages. She was brilliant. And she had a number on her arm. So, did they use her for breeding purposes? That's probably what happened. She would never talk about it. She absolutely refused to speak about the war at all. But she married an American soldier after World War II and came over here and became a professor emeritus at UCSD, and off and running she went. So good for her. Tough, tough woman. Yeah. No, but trust me, if I could pretend I was Jewish, I'd probably be a billionaire by now. But that's just not in the cards for me. And besides, like, do I know any happy Jewish people? A couple. Yeah, a couple. But they're not very Jewish, you know? They're Ashkenazi, obviously, but they're, from what I've seen in my own life, a lot of Jewish people are very unhappy. They're miserable. They're constantly complaining. Nothing's right. Everything sucks. Why are the portions so small? No, both of my parents are gone. Satanist in Israel, a really Satanist. Yeah. Well, that's what it. See, that's the thing, Smoke. I don't know. I mean, how can I know that? How can I know? Because if you study the Talmud, which, by the way, it says very, very clearly in the Talmud, the Babylonian Talmud, it says that if a rabbi shares the Talmud with a Gentile, anyone that's not Jewish, he should be killed. He should be put to death for sharing that sacred knowledge. Okay. Well, what sacred knowledge are we talking about? What's so damn top secret? The fact that if you have sex with a girl under 3, she can still be a virgin again because her hymen will grow back. What? Wait, why would you write that down? Why would anyone write that down in a book? The age of consent for marriage is 3 years and 1 day. Why would you write that down? Like, what the fuck are you thinking? That, like, how could you possibly, in any scenario, in any world, how can a grown man think that he could possibly have, like, physically have sex with a 3-year-old toddler? That's not physically possible. So why would you go to the trouble of putting it in your holy text? It doesn't make sense. I just saw this again and it got blocked again, but as crazy as this question is, I'll just go ahead and let's see. Let's see, Martin. If China, Russia, and North Korea turned against the U.S., we could win a war with these 3 countries. We can't win a war against Iran, but you're telling me you think that we could beat Russia? 93 million people in Iran. There's 275 million in Russia. There's 1.4 billion in China. And they don't want to go to war with us. And we don't want to go to war directly with them. We can't. The United States of America is bankrupt. Period. That's it. It's over. It's over. We're done. This is not going to be the most powerful country in the world anymore. It's not above everyone else. That's it. Yeah, the Soviets, I think that the Soviets, when they rolled into to Europe, they basically saw Poland and all the rest of them as sort of their prize for having to lose 20, 30 million men in battle with the Nazis. So they were like, look, we're taking it all over. We're taking it all. Whatever we can grab, we're grabbing. Sad, but true. the United States would easily defeat North Korea and Russia. With what? I want to call you idiot boy, but I'll refrain. But what exactly would we defeat them with? We just found out, by the way, that our carriers are fucking worthless. And if you don't think that Iran could sink a carrier in a heartbeat, they could. But they knew that if they did, that would be an escalation straight into World War III. And they are playing this very, very carefully. The most naive person on earth. Have you served in the military? Their MTJB job, blow job, whatever. Were you in the Marine Corps? Were you a nuclear, biological, and chemical officer? Were you a master combat swimmer? Oh my God. You were in the Army in Vietnam. You're a fucking boomer. That's why you believe that. Brother, you guys are so fucking gone. And the world will be so much better when there's no boomers left. You guys fucked us. You all fucked us. Period. That is just sad. So you were in Da Nang, and what? Did you get a paper cut? Did you have to get a shot of penicillin because you got the clap or whatever? I mean, look, man, I'm fucking sick of that bullshit. Okay? I'm sick of that. No, I should speak German. I'd love to learn. I'd love to learn to speak German. I would. That way, when I go to other parts of the world, I can pretend to be German and people don't want to kill me because I'm an American, which unfortunately is the case. Oh, it's sad, but true. And by the way, old fart from the Civil War, that I'm not impressed. I'm not impressed that you were in Da Nang when I was literally pissing in my diapers. And by the way, I should say, because I was in the Marine Corps, that wasn't when I was 25. Although I probably pissed myself when I was 25 too, but that's just from passing out. Anyway. No, I'm impressing you enough that you're commenting. That's pretty impressive. And by the way, we love the blonde president. That's very funny. So yeah, we're in a situation with Iran right now where we spent 15 years in Iraq pissing away trillions of dollars. We lost a lot of good people, a lot best Americans there are, period. I don't give a fuck what anybody says. If you volunteer to defend your country, if you volunteer to go and serve your country, you're the best, period. Because you're not doing it for money. That's a fact. You're doing it because it's the right thing to do. So good for you, you know. But having said that, I look at what's going on in Iraq from 2003 on, and I see an absolute clusterfuck of mental illness. We weren't trying to win anything. We weren't trying to win anything. It was just like Vietnam. Okay, well, we're going to go into Vietnam and win, right? No, we're not going to go in and win. Well, I thought we were fighting communism. No, I'm not fighting communism. We're fighting the share price at fucking Hughes Aircraft. Make some more helicopters. Shut up. Send Halliburton and Kellogg, Brown and Root. Brown and Root of Austin, Texas, put in all the air bases, all the military bases, all over Vietnam. They made hundreds of billions of dollars back when a billion was something. That's what the Vietnam War was about. Kennedy said, look, Vietnam is up to the Vietnamese. Like, why get involved? Well, then he got his brains blown out publicly, just like Charlie Kirk when he said, I'm done with Israel. Apparently you don't say that publicly. So Of course, Kennedy did say he was pretty pissed at Israel too, and he was trying to keep them from having a lobby in the United States without claiming it to be a foreign lobby, AIPAC. So, free Palestine. That's funny. The percentage of, yeah, there's no question that Israel was involved. When you look at the stats between the Russians and the Ukrainians, some damn fucking tough warriors, man. Some damn tough war fighters. To be honest with you, it fucking breaks my heart to see either side lose a man, because they're all good men. They're all fucking proud, tough fucking warriors. And I get it. I understand why the Ukrainians hate Russians. I understand why they were trying to push the Russians out of Ukraine. I know Ukrainians. I have friends that are Ukrainians, and they were like, yeah, we fucking hate those assholes. They don't even speak Ukrainian. They speak fucking Russian. They live in our country. Of course, Ukraine used to be part of Russia, and they didn't like that either. So when the Russians left, they were like, good riddance to you fuckers. Oh, there's a whole part of the country that you guys are going to stay? No, you're not. You get the fuck out. Well, what are you going to do? Like, how are you going to push the Russians out? Now, I get it. You got a Jewish president. Jews don't like Russia. They don't like the Russians. They love Ukraine. That's why the president of Ukraine is Jewish. That's why a few of the prime ministers of Israel were Jewish from Ukraine. Oh, there's a big connection between Ukraine and Israel. And a lot of people in Israel feel like Ukraine should be part of Israel, technically, officially. Well, I can tell you this. The Russians aren't going to let that happen. And they're not going to let Russian people, ethnic Russians, be murdered by Nazis. Now, tell me these don't make the weirdest bedfellows ever. You got the Azov battalion wearing literally Nazi symbolism on their stuff, literally saluting. I've watched the videos, bunches of them in the bleachers together. They all jump up and they salute. Heil Hitler. What the fuck did you guys just say? I thought you were Ukrainian. What is this? They see Hitler as a hero. They were on Hitler's side in World War II. They hate Russians. So, unfortunately, after World War II, they became Russians for a while. And they didn't like that. So the bottom line is this. That's true. They are neo-Nazis. They have a lot of the same beliefs, but not the nationalism. So those guys are running around scaring the shit out of the Russians. And when I say Russians, I don't mean like Russian, soldiers in the Russian army. I'm talking about ethnic Russians who are Ukrainian citizens for hundreds of years. Like hundreds of years, they've been living in Ukraine. Now, do the Ukrainians remember what happened with Russians? Ooh, not that long ago. Yeah, they sure do. Do they like Russians? No, they don't. Oh, the Russians will tell you, oh, it's like we're brothers. All right, Slobodan Milosevic, kiss my butt. Clearly, you've got way too many consonants and not enough vowels. So you think that because you were born there, that you didn't buy the bullshit propaganda shoved up your ass. You did, clearly. Bottom line is the Ukrainians don't want Russians in their country. They sure as hell don't want the Russian army in their country. The Russians, Putin, said, look, stop killing ethnic Russians or I'll stop you. I don't know what happens in my country. That's funny. Yeah, Yeah, with a last name like Dvorak. Yeah, you're Australian. And I'm a proud black lesbian woman. What do I think of Turkey? Well, I know that Hitler famously said when he was asked how he expected to get away with a genocide, who remembers the Turks? Yeah, yeah, because I mean they accidentally marched 1.5 million Armenians to their deaths, back and forth and back and forth and back and forth in the wintertime with no shoes, etc. They accidentally raped all the women and accidentally marched them to death without food. But yeah, I mean, let's see. You really need to do your research before you start speaking about things that you know nothing about. Straight up, or just trying to get views and make money. Yeah, I've made $200 on TikTok in the last year or two. Trying to, let's see, make money, and that is disgraceful. You should be ashamed. Well, instead of getting on your soapbox and lecturing me there, Scott Peepers, why don't you tell me exactly what it is you think I've got wrong? Because I can tell you that unless you have a source of news that nobody else in the world does, you're either wrong, which is fine, or you've got an agenda, which is not fine. Oh, Omar, look at you. The Armenians were armed. They weren't civilians. Yeah, all those women and children, all those old people, they were secret soldiers. Yep. The women had machine guns up their, Well, that's the funny thing is I'm wrong all the time. I get shit wrong all the time. And when I do, I look it up and I go, oh, no, this is what's actually going on. See, that's the problem is I don't have an ego about this. So when you say, oh, you're full of shit. Okay, so like how? The history from them who was there, not a writer. So, okay, there, Slobodan Milosevic, how did you get your history? Since you're in fucking Australia, which is almost as far away as I am, are you connected by what, like a courier pigeon to a journalist on the front lines? I mean, like you're literally telling me, well, you don't know what's going on because you're not there. And I mean, I'm Australian. I'm not there either. But because I have more consonants and less vowels in my name, I know what's going on. Really? Look, if you believe the Russians, you're full of shit. If you believe the Ukrainians, you're full of shit. That's it. He was Kumite. Kumite. Do you know what Kumite is? I mean, only Kumite I know about is in karate. You are actually supporting terrorism. Well, can you do me a favor, Scott? Can you actually explain like I ask you to, or do you just want to talk in generalities? Because by saying that, you're supporting the MCU. And I don't know if you know this or not, but most of those superheroes, they're not really superheroes. And I can prove it. Like okay, like what are you talking about? Why would I care about one 17-year-old? Why don't you do this? Why don't you look up the amount of children under 18 that have been accidentally killed in the conflict between Russia and Ukraine? And you'll see that it's 1/3 of 1% of the casualties. Mortality rate, 1/3 of 1%. Now look up how many children in Gaza were killed by the IDF. And that's not even a war. 37.5%. So, Scott, get off your fucking moral high ground. Okay. You want to talk to me about moral, that, oh, I have the temerity to whatever. Dude, seriously? You're going to talk to me about, am I barefoot? How the fuck did you know that? I'm barefoot. That's pretty slick, boy. I don't know how you did that. See, now we should all be listening to that guy because I don't know how the fuck you did that, but that's pretty amazing. No, I see a Canadian flag there, Natalie. Look what I got. Isn't that pretty? It's got a Canadian on one side, and then it's got this dead lady on the other, whatever her name is. She didn't look like that anymore, though. But I guess, isn't that shiny? Ooh, shiny. See, that's why you got to love Canadians. I wish we could make Canada a state. But the problem is that Canada is too cool to be a state. Like, we used to be so cool that Canada wanted to be like us. But now the United States is a clusterfuck of mental illness and it just sucks. Yeah, I saw the Nepal. At first, I thought it was AI. I saw the Nepal, whatever, landslide, flash flood, whatever you want to call it. It was shocking. Ukrainians have identity issue. They don't know who they are themselves. That I can't answer. I don't know. I don't know anything about like their history within their own country. I know that they don't like being. Yeah, it was insane. I thought it was AI. I didn't think it was real. I really thought that it was like some kind of, like the movie, 2012, which was fucking sucked. What a shitty movie. I was so pissed. But then again, that whole fucking apocalypse sucked. We've had some really shitty apocalypses lately. How would you feel if Mexico started bombing Texas just because? Well, Scott, now even though you're beating around the bush, now I can smell what you're cooking up, and you're full of shit. You know damn well if unless you're just making this up and you're just full of shit and you've been watching PMS NBC too much and you want to suck Rachel Maddow's nose, you know what you just said is total bullshit. You know that Putin watched what everybody in the world, you have a computer, fucking use it. Everybody in the world was calling that a potential genocide. That's what they were saying the Ukrainians were doing to the ethnic Russian villages in the Donbass region. Now, if you don't remember that, it's either because A, you're dumber than a fucking bag of hammers, or B, you're mentally dishonest. You are just fundamentally a dishonest human being, because that was everywhere. And I remember seeing it and seeing places like the United Nations saying, look, if the Ukrainians can't control these Nazis, then we're going to have to call this a genocide. And what's going to happen next is all trade with Ukraine is going to get shut off. And at that point, Zelensky lost his fucking mind. No, they didn't invade Crimea, did they? They held a vote. They said, we want to know how many people in Crimea want to be part of Russia. Well, guess what? 85% of the people in Crimea are ethnic Russians. Oh my God. Trump is a son of a bitch. That's hard to argue with. That's really hard to argue with. And they were killing them what? I don't even know what that means. Ukrainians are very proud of Stefan Bandera. I don't even know who the fuck that is. Sounds familiar though, but I don't know who he is. So the Minsk Accords, you haven't heard of those. Obviously, you don't know what the Minsk Accords are, or you're full of shit, one or the other. And Zelensky said, by the way, he admitted that, yeah, we only signed those to buy ourselves some more time, because they knew that if they didn't stop killing ethnic Russians, they knew Putin was going to come in. They knew it because he had been warning them for 8 years that I'm coming in. I'm coming in. You're not going to keep killing ethnic Russians. I am literally going to cut off that entire part of the country. And then I'm going to ask them, do you still want to be part of Ukraine? Well, 85% of that part of the country is ethnically Russian. What do you think is going to happen? So for 8 years, he said to Zelensky, look, it's up to you. If you want to do this, then go ahead. But at some point, I'm going to say enough's enough. Went to the World Court. I mean, he did everything he could first. And then when nobody did anything, he said, okay, I'm going in. And that's it. That's literally what happened. Everybody watched this. I mean, that's the thing, dude. I don't know how you couldn't know that. And they were all Jew. I don't know who was all Jew. Winston Churchill, Harry Truman, Joseph Stalin. Let's see. Yeah, the Rothschilds are interesting. Don't know the truth about them, because how can you? I mean, the thing is, you have to remember that when it comes to the Rothschilds, they're either so powerful that you'll never know the truth, or it's just a distraction. We don't know. We know how powerful they used to be, but are they still that powerful? They got real smart and just got real quiet publicly. Now they hang out with the Kushners once in a while and the Trumps once in a while. Epstein, a lot. Yeah, okay, I'm going to go with yes, they are powerful and they are evil. Yeah, I'm going with that. I think I'm going to lose my live stream in a second because I am at 1%. No, wait. Is this power cord? What is this power cord? Hey, this power cord might work. I'm going to plug it in. Sweet. Okay. Uh-oh. What did I do? Oh, all right. I didn't do anything wrong. I have 5 people on YouTube. That is almost a record. A millionaire. I have actually been a millionaire a few times now. Becoming a millionaire is not as hard as people think. Staying a millionaire is hard. Let's see. You're so smart. Why did World War II not end till 1949? Is this a trick question? Because pretty sure the Germans gave up in May of 1945. But let's check that just to make sure that I'm not talking out of my ass. Because I could be. When did World War II officially end? September 2nd, 1945. Okay, because I was right. May is when the Germans surrendered, but September 2nd is when the Japanese surrendered. You're just as bad as the prove me wrong streamers that have nothing else to say. No, I'm not trying to prove you're wrong. You're just wrong. I mean, you're provably wrong. It ended in 1990 as Germany come full country. Okay, that's a trick question. The Japan surrender, you know everything. Well, I mean, I know I know when Germany surrendered. Obviously, I got it wrong though, because I thought it was May. I thought it was actually May 5th, but it's May 8th. But that's not the end of World War II. That was the end of World War II in Europe. The end of World War II period was September 2nd, which I'm going to guess was probably just a couple days after that second bomb. That was a big boom. Nagasaki. And for those of you who are conspiracy theorists, you know how they call Hollywood the new Babylon? It's on the 33rd degree parallel. Yeah. Yep. And the killings went on for what reason? Well, you didn't say that before. You said when the war ended. Dude, for Nagashiki Hakamino, or whatever the fuck his name was, the soldier who was on an island hiding from the Americans until 1972. The war went on because he didn't have a radio and he lost touch with his commander who committed harikari. And so he went into the jungle to continue the fight against the great round eye fat fuckers like me. And he didn't come out until 1972, when, by the way, the Japanese government had to have one of his commanding officers from his regiment actually come to the island and talk to him in the jungle and convince him that, yeah, sorry, bro, we lost that one a while ago. Now, I just made up the 72 thing. I think it was, but it was in the 70s. Let's find out. When did the last Japanese soldier surrender from World War II? Oh, shit, 74. Okay, I was close. Almost 29 years uh, after the war officially ended. Holy shit. Okay. Oh God, no, don't, no dinar, no dinar, please. I got a lot of buddies that were over there that were like, hey, I'm gonna keep those dinars just in case. I got that shit in my Alice gear. It's like, oh my God. You know what else you don't want to have right now? American dollars. Okay? Don't hold on to American dollars, because the United States just got a really bad case of currency diarrhea. Did he get back pay? That's a great question. Norio Suzuki. A Japanese explorer named Norio Suzuki located him. What's his name? Hiro Onoda. Oh, you not make me surrender. I kick you around the ass, you fat American fuck. I used to live in Japan. I love the Japanese, man. They're weird. I mean, from my standpoint, they're weird. To me, to them, I'm just a big fat monkey barbarian fucking vanilla gorilla. They literally called me Godzilla when I was over there. And I'm okay with that. Americans are fat and loud. You can't say we drink too much, because the Japanese, holy shit, they drink. What do I think about? I don't think about the Vietnam War. It was one of the greatest wastes of 58,000 Americans, 58,000 American lives. Can you fucking imagine the types of people that could have come out of that 58,000 group? Doctors, lawyers, fucking, astronauts. But, what do you do? So, no, Vietnam was a sad, complete fuck up. Yeah, just for them to end up much, much, much happier than we are. My buddy just got back from Vietnam, and he is a fucking crotchety curmudgeon of a motherfucker, just alcoholic, not happy much. He is a he is the newcomer for AA. They actually call him blank the newcomer because he's constantly going out and getting drunk and then coming back. So, and he came back and he said, "I'm going. I'm living there. Fuck this. I'm out of here." I said, "Really?" He goes, "These are the nicest people I've ever met in my life." He said, "These are the kindest, nicest fucking people." He goes, "It's not like Thailand. You go to Thailand because you want a lady boy or you want to, you want to go out and have fun, do something crazy or whatever. Like Thailand's a crazy place. It's like a big fucking, Disneyland for grown-ups." But he said, "Not Vietnam. The Vietnamese are much quieter. They're much more religious people. They're not noisy. Like Thailand's a noisy place." He said that the Vietnamese, the number one thing you'll hear in Vietnam is, "Okay, no problem. Okay, no problem." And when they say "okay, no problem," they might be saying "okay, no problem" to what you just asked them, which was, "I'd like to go to Phuket Island from here, but I'm afraid of boats. Can you build me a bamboo bridge all the way to that island?" Okay, no problem. And they'll fucking do it. They can make anything out of bamboo, and the engineering that these fucking people can accomplish is shocking. He said he actually brought me a book of scooters because everybody's got a scooter over there. Like if you have anything over about 125 cc's, like a motorcycle, the taxes are thousands of percent over the cost of the motorcycle. So if you buy something like what I've got, fucking 1400 cc's, I mean, holy shit, my ZX14 would probably cost $30,000 over there. And here, used, it would cost 10, but it would cost 30 over there. And he said the only reason you do that is because you're just showing off. I'm rich. I'm so rich I can afford a big motorcycle like this. Or, God forbid, a car. That's really expensive. He said, so everybody rides scooters. And he said, you got to see this shit. He showed me that he showed me this coffee table book. And it's got things like, there's a guy sitting on a scooter. He's just sitting there between his legs. There's like a 5-gallon container, see-through container of cooking oil. And another one, and another one, and another one. And he's looking over the top of the, this is a couple 100 pounds now we're talking about. On the back, where a human would be sitting, he's got 4 more. On the rack, he's got 2 or 3 more. And this thing's just squatted down to where the fender is almost touching the rear tire. He's got to have 800 fucking pounds of containers of cooking oil. And then you turn the page, and the next page is some dude with a bunch of little crates full of chickens. And literally, he's got 30 crates tied together, stacked up. They're this much higher than his head behind him with fucking chickens sticking out. No, it's not safe, but they managed to do it. And it's like, do you have to wear a helmet? No, I can't imagine that they care about that since they don't. And when he showed me the intersections in like not Phnom Penh, the main city, Saigon. When he showed me the traffic, 8 lanes, and they all converge, and people are just going through. It's like it's fucking melee. It's just complete insanity. And people will just walk straight through the middle of it. And he said, they tell you, don't fucking stop. When you look at the other side, when you step off that curb, you go. And don't look either way, and don't stop. No matter fucking what, don't stop. Because if you stop, it causes a fucking tsunami of problems. Because everybody is calculating in their mind that you're walking. And so by the time they get to where you are now, you'll be there. If you stop, you fuck it all up. And yeah, orchestrated chaos. Great way of putting it. Perfect. And he said that, initially, like when you step off the curb, you're like, there's no way I'm making it. There's no way I'm going to survive this. Like, there's no fucking way I'm going to get through 800 scooters, cars, pedestrians to get to the other side. If I walk in a straight line, I'm a fucking dead man. Nope. How do they do it? Who knows? That's why when you go to school, don't go to UCLA. They call that the University of Caucasians lost amongst Asians for a reason. Bell curve? Fuck your bell curve. You're going to math class with a bunch of fucking Asians. You don't have a chance. It's called level Asian for a reason. Smart people. Love them. I fucking love them. I saw a beautiful Vietnamese girl the other day. I swear to God, she looked like a little China doll. I mean, Vietnamese doll. Never say Chinese to a Vietnamese person. Jesus. But, oh my God, she was so beautiful. She's my barber now. I might be married next week. Do I have any future predictions on the Middle East? Oh, they're not good. They're not good. America's been dethroned. Now, this is what you guys have to understand. This is what I do for a living. So this isn't conjecture. This isn't what I've gleaned from the news. This is what I do for a living. Like, I'm an economist. I study the economy constantly. Yeah, Turkey, Pakistan, and Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia it's a paper tiger. They're full of shit. But I'll tell you who's not. Fucking Egypt. Egypt. If you get Iran, Egypt, Turkey, and Pakistan together, and it could happen. It could fucking happen. Dude, Israel ceases to exist. Israel ceases to exist because they can't help themselves. They can't shut the fuck up. They can't shut up. They are absolutely 100% absolutely confident to their very bone marrow that they are above us. They are not what we are. They are the master race. They're humans, and none of us are. It says so in their fucking holy book. I've read it. I've read it multiple times. If you don't believe me, look up whether or not a Gentile is a human being according to the Babylonian Talmud. We are not. You can't murder an animal. You can kill an animal, but you can't commit murder. That's why if a Jew kills a Muslim, it's not murder. If I were Jewish and I shoot a 5-year-old little girl in the head at point blank range, it's the same as sacrificing a rabbit. No difference. No difference, according to the Babylonian Talmud. That is exactly right. Israel would absolutely use nuclear weapons because they believe that that is how the Messiah is brought about. First, you have to get rid of the Al-Aqsa Mosque, period. Why do we give so much money to Israel? Because Israel completely and utterly controls this country. We are a wholly owned subsidiary of Israel. We take 3.8 million federal tax dollars every year, 3.8 billion federal tax dollars, your money and my money. The federal government bundles it up and sends it to Israel. Now, Israel doesn't need money. They have free healthcare. They have free university. I mean, they have one of the best economic systems in the world. Here's the key. Why? Great question. Let's try and figure that out together. But in the meantime, they turn around and they take perhaps that same money and they give it back to our politicians in the form of AIPAC, the American Israeli Political Action Committee. Now, do they represent America? No, of course not. They are there to represent Israel. Okay, but doesn't that make them a foreign agent? Under FARA, the Foreign Agent Registration Act? No. Okay, why? Well, because if you're under FARA and you're a foreign lobbyist, clearly, Roger Jones, do me a favor, please stop drinking the toilet cleaner, defending Israel. I am in the process of deconstructing Israel. Maybe you'll learn something. So we send them our tax money. They turn around and send it back to our politicians. I know that sounds like money laundering or maybe like some kind of like Ponzi scheme or something, but it gets worse. I'll give you an example. Hakeem Jeffries. Hakeem Jeffries is, well, he's the smartest black man in the world. Ask him, he'll tell you that. And he is super liberal, super woke Democrat. He loves everything woke, everything liberal. He's gotten almost $5 million from AIPAC. $5 million? Yep, $5 million. It's a lot of money, man. That crazy lady in Michigan who just lost the primary to the Muslim guy, she's gotten $14 million. Now, some people only get a couple $100,000 from AIPAC, but everybody takes money from AIPAC, except about 19 people. And those 19 people that don't take money, the people who run against them are completely funded by AIPAC. Like, I'll give you an example. Thomas Massie. He tried to pass a bill, and he said, let's defund Israel. Let's just not give them any money. Like, I don't want to be their enemy. I want to help them. Let's be friends with them. But there's no reason for us to give them $3.8 billion a year federally. Like, we don't even spend that much on homeless veterans. Combat veterans don't get that kind of help from the United States. So why should we give it to Israel? Let's defund that. Immediately, the American Israeli Political Action Committee, AIPAC, spent $35 million finding and putting up this old fart who probably doesn't even know his own name. He was a Navy SEAL about 500 years ago, and he is just a complete dipshit. They put this guy up and they spent $35 million on advertising. They showed Thomas Massie, who is truly a conservative, low taxes, don't spy on us, that kind of thing. Very anti-war. They showed a commercial where he was caught going into a motel room with AOC, who obviously Republicans hate, and somebody else. The Muslim woman from Minnesota, Ilha Omar, and it showed him holding their hands like they were going to have a threesome, and they went into a hotel room together, shut the door. Now, because a lot of boomers are senile, stupid, and they never had that much common sense to begin with, which is why Gen Xers like me fucking hate them. Because of that, these stupid son of a bitches believed that Thomas Massie, a true libertarian, super conservative guy, actually fucked these two super liberal woke politicians. And they primaried him and they got him booted out of Congress. Now this old senile boomer dipshit former Navy SEAL with no experience whatsoever is about to become the congressman from the 4th district of Kentucky. Completely unqualified. But guess what? Who gives a fuck, right? Who cares? Well, I mean, I care because I guarantee you that $35 million that they spent to get him into the election, they'll spend twice that much to get him elected. And when they get him elected, he's going to owe Israel everything. And they'll come to collect. Trust me. They'll come and they'll collect. It's a funny thing. When Jewish bankers loan you money, they don't forget that they loaned you money, ever. They come get their money. Or they'll take your house, your car, your kids, whatever. Bottom line is this. I know that Israel has no allies. We don't serve them because we love them. That's almost impossible. It's antithetical to be a Christian and love the people who hate you the most. Muslims tolerate Christians. In some cases, they work together well, like in Lebanon. You can't say that about the Jewish people. Now, there are some Ashkenazi Jews that are reformed. Well, guess what? The people who are truly, truly diehard, like the Khazarians, they don't look at Reformed Jews and see Jews. They see people pretending to be Jews. They see people who are not really Jewish. I mean, technically they are, but look, when the day comes, do we kill them? No. Are we willing to sacrifice them? Fuck yeah, of course. False flags and whatnot? Yeah, absolutely. Because they're not Haredi. They're not ultra-Orthodox. And the only real Jew is an ultra-Orthodox Jew. Ask Benjamin Netanyahu, who is Ashkenazi and about as truly ethnically Jewish as my German Shepherd. Maybe my Doberman. But he's their man. Now, if they pull their support, he goes to prison. He goes to prison like that. You know why? Because he's so fucking corrupt. He's so corrupt. He's taken so many bribes. I mean, look, this shit is documented. He was going to court right before October 7th. Basically, the country was tearing itself in half in Israel because Benjamin Netanyahu saw that he was going to go to prison, and he said, "Hey, I want to rewrite our constitution, and I want to take a bunch of power away from the courts." What? Are you out of your fucking mind? Why would you do that? Well, first, let's assume something. Let's assume that Jews aren't stupid. The Jews that live in Israel saw that and went, "You want to rewrite our constitution, huh? You want to take a bunch of control away from the courts. Your wife is legendary in her greed and avarice. When you're at dinner with the Netanyahus and she says, "Wow, this is really good champagne," that means, I want you to buy a case of this champagne and have it delivered to my house, right? That's what it means. The Adelsons, the billionaire family from Las Vegas, the husband, God bless him, before he died, he was interviewed. I've seen the interview. It was a secret interview, but he's dead. And the documentary about Netanyahu, they got their hands on this police interview. And they interviewed him, and he said, "Look, you can't release this. I know you're videotaping, but you can't release this. If you release this, I'm a dead man. I'm a dead man. You can't release this." And they're like, "No, it's fine. It's fine." He said, "Okay." It's on YouTube. The Bibi files, or is it the Netanyahu files? Is a documentary about Benjamin Netanyahu called the Bibi Files or the Netanyahu Files? Yeah, the Bibi Files. Yeah, the Bibi Files. You can look it up. It's a 2024 documentary by Alexis Bloom, produced by Alex Gibney. It's shocking. It's fucking shocking. Like, this guy is so corrupt that he was absolutely going to go to prison. And then all of a sudden, we got attacked. We had no idea this attack was coming. Did the government of Qatar admit that they got millions of dollars from Bibi Netanyahu to pass along to Hamas in the days prior to the attack on Israel? By the way, your is Y-O-U apostrophe R-E. If you're going to insult somebody about their lack of intelligence, you should probably learn how to spell first. Just saying, it just doesn't have the punch, you know? Bro, you be dumber than you dumb. Ooh, how sharper than a serpent's tooth, my friend. Let's see. The flow of funds over a decade, successive Israeli governments under Netanyahu permitted and encouraged the transfer of millions of dollars in Qatari financial aid, often delivered via cash suitcases into the Gaza Strip. And by the way, they kept receipts of this because they knew that if they didn't keep the documentation that said that Netanyahu wanted them to give Hamas money, that he would deny it and it would make them look like they were funding terrorism. And he was like, not going to happen. The New York Times, how Israel secretly propped up Hamas. Qatar sent millions to Gaza for years with Israel's backing. Documents real? Wow. Of course it was orchestrated and scripted. Why do you think they killed Charlie Kirk? Have you not seen the podcasts he went on? I think the one that really got him killed was the one where he went on with what's his name? God, I want to say he's Persian. Let's see. What was the name of the podcast that Charlie Kirk went on where he was talking about the stand down order that must have been given in Israel? PBD. That's it. The PBD broadcast. And who is PBD? What's the guy's name? Something Bet David. Something Bet David. God damn it. Everybody's got it. Except your cookies. I like cookies. Give me your cookies. PBD. It just says PBD everywhere. Anyway, look up the PBD podcast, and you'll see that he's talking about October 7th. And he's like, look, I've been there. As a matter, Patrick Bet David. Thank you. I mean, I watched that interview with him, that podcast. I watched it several times because I wanted to make sure that I memorized what he was saying so that I would understand. So you mean the Charlie Kirk executioner will be free soon? Do you actually think that little dork got up on the roof of that building And for the very first time in his life, without really ever going to the range much, he used a 30-06, which will punch a hole straight through a fucking moose. And he shot Charlie Kirk right here, and Charlie Kirk's neck actually stopped the bullet. Do you actually think that? Well, Mike, I understand what you're saying, bro, but they found a 30-06. Remember that he disassembled the rifle. He stuck it in a backpack, which is a foot too short, but whatever. He climbed 18 feet onto the what was it, Pelosi Center? No, the something center. He then crab crawled over to the side, laid down, and by the way, if you look at where he was, you'd have to go all the way to the edge and tilt the weapon up so that you've got a good shot. By the way, I might have mentioned this, not on this particular night, but I was on the Marine Corps rifle team. My father was a federal firearms dealer, a gunsmith, who built weapons for spec ops guys, for all the operators. And he built some of the best, like think Nighthawk, 911s. So I do understand ballistics really well. I won my first turkey shoot using a fucking sawed off 12 gauge when I was, I don't know, I must have been 13 years old. I won a turkey shoot in a small town. Now, think about that. There's a lot of fucking rednecks at that turkey shoot, and I won. The next year, by the way, my dad won using a double barrel 18.5-inch Rossi side by side. And by the way, he was shooting buckshot because he was drunk and feeling super arrogant that day. So he said, I'm going to use buckshot. People are like, dude, why don't you just use number 9 birdshot? Like everybody, like every other normal human. When he got done the last round, he came back, his nose was bloody, and he had split one of his fingers open with the recoil because he was shooting 3.5-inch fucking mags. What an idiot. But he won. So anyway, that was a little aside to let you know that, look, if you're going to argue ballistics with me, if anybody wants to say, oh no, he shot him with a 30-06. By the way, they just released, and this is because it was just gotten, somebody snuck up on the roof of that center in broad daylight just like a week or two ago. And they snuck up to the edge. And guess what? The edge has a lip, a steel lip that runs all the way around the roof to channel water. That steel lip is about 4 inches high. So if you were 6 feet back and you had to shoot down, not only could you not shoot through the roof, but if you snuck up to the edge, your rifle would be literally up against a plate of steel, which means you'd have to elevate your rifle up to the point where you are way up in the air. It's bullshit. Well, yeah, but 7.62 times what? 7.62 by 39 or 7.62 by 51, which is a shitload more powerful. I mean, if you're talking 7.62, like I had an AR-10, a Daniel's Defense AR-10, and man, let me tell you something. You pull the trigger on that motherfucker, it feels like it didn't kick because obviously, rolling bolt. It didn't kick really, but it moved you. You pulled the trigger, it moved you. So 7.62 by 51. Now that's NATO. 7.62 by 39 would be like an AK-47. So Chinese or Russian round. Totally different. That's why when somebody says, oh, I think it was about a 30 cal. Like, okay, what does that mean? Like there are dozens. There's 30 cal, there's 308, there's 30-06, there's 7.62. They're all basically the same width. They're the same circumference, diameter, but how much powder are you putting behind them? Because a 30-06 is a big fucking round, a lot of powder, and it's hauling ass. And it has, if I had to guess, it's got to have at least 2,000 pound-feet of energy. See, that's the thing, is it's possible. It's possible it was his mic. It's possible it was his mic. Now, initially, I said, what are the odds of that? Well, then it turns out that there's a company who got a contract to make a very small explosive device, kind of like the pagers that Israel used to kill all those Hezbollah guys. They got a DoD contract they delivered right before Charlie Kirk was killed. And right after Charlie Kirk was killed, the entire facility where those small, specialized destructive devices were made blew up and killed all 13 employees, just like that, right after Charlie Kirk was murdered. Yeah, that's, man, you know, it makes you wonder. It really does. It makes you scratch your head and go, well, that's a hell of a coincidence. But do you believe in coincidence? I don't believe in coincidence. Look, there's a type of airplane that we have now. It's a civilian plane. I want to say it's a Cessna Citation, but it might not be. It might be a Gulfstream. But it has this interesting little device underneath that looks like a cargo bay, like you'd put on the roof of a Subaru station wagon, but it's underneath. This thing is a really interesting thing because it was converted from like a biz jet. It was converted over to be the brain center for a drone swarm. Now, what it does is it flies at 20,000 feet until they're ready to deploy the drones. Now, a jet is substantially faster than most drones. So what they do is they come down to a couple hundred feet above the ground level. They open up their little bomb bay doors and they drop the drones, 3, 4, 5, 10 of them. And they close it up and they go back up to 20,000 feet. Now, one drone has a sniper rifle built into it. The other drones are there for filming, for meteorological information, for wind speed, all of the things that you'd need, atmospheric information. Like, okay, we're at 4,000 feet of elevation. What does that mean? Well, at 100 yards, doesn't really mean shit. I mean, it might mean a drop of a bullet by that much. Who cares? Okay, but what does it mean at 600 meters? Well, yeah, now you're starting to lose a little bit of velocity. You're starting to lose a little bit of your oomph. And then now all of a sudden, something like a gust of wind can throw you off by an inch or two. Well, if you're aiming for a guy's throat and then all of a sudden it's not going to hit him here, it's going to hit him here, it's not going to hit him at all. So you need all this like atmospheric pressure, temperature, wind speed, all that shit, air density. So that's what all of these little drones do. They fly around and they give you all of this information while the big drone sits back a couple hundred yards, couple hundred meters and takes a shot. That's crazy, man. That's crazy they have an airplane that does that. By the way, it's out of Fort Huachuca, Arizona. And this is crazy. It just so happened to be flying over Provo that day. A secret government airplane that deploys killer drones and happened to be flying over Provo? Well, Did it go anywhere near the college? Yes, as a matter of fact, it did. Oh, well, did it land at the airport that's only a few minutes away? No. They said that they were going to land. And they dropped from 20,000 feet. They dropped all the way down to 200 feet. And they slowed their aircraft down to 122 knots. Now, for those of you who are interested in airplanes, or for those of you who, like me, are studying for my pilot's license, you know that in a Cessna 172, little high wing, thing that most people take their lessons in, I can't because I can't fit in one. So I get to take the low wing, patchy, like Apache or something like that. I get cool airplanes. They cost more though. But you know that 122 knots, that's boogieing right along, man. Stall speed's like 60. But in a very large business jet, something that like Elon Musk would be flying around the world in, 122 knots, you're about to fall out of the sky. Oh yeah, a lot of people got the drones on film. Got the drones on film. There's drones all over that fucking square. It's drones every fucking where. Oh no, those were just artifacts of the pixelation. That's what they said initially. And then guys cleaned it up, ran it through their nerd fucking brain and went, that's a drone. Look. And it's like, oh, well, I'll be darned. Look, that's a drone. Well, you said it was a grasshopper. A grasshopper moving at 75 miles an hour? I don't think so. So it dropped down to 200 feet, circled around the college, but it didn't land. No, they changed their plans and they went back up to 20,000 feet. And an hour later, I think it was less than an hour, it might have been 20 minutes, Charlie Kirk was killed. And then this airplane came back around, dropped down from 20,000 feet to 200 feet above ground level. Like they were coming in on a dog leg for final approach into this airport. Slowed down to 122 knots, just above stall speed. They goddamn near fell out of the sky. And at 200 feet above ground level, if you stall, you're dead. You fall 20 stories straight down. You don't pick up enough airspeed to pull out, period. Once you nose over, you're fucked. So why would you even take that chance? Why would you slow down to 122 knots in a biz jet, a big fucking twin engine biz jet? Like, you might do that over the runway after you've put your wheels down, your flaps are on full, and you're about to touch down. Yeah, okay. You slow down, put it down. But flying over a junior college in the middle of nowhere, yeah, right after Charlie Kirk was killed. And it's all on radar. It's all picked up by Provo's fucking radar, so they can't deny it. It's not like, oh, that never happened. Where'd it go from there? As far as I know, they turned the transponder off because nobody knows where they went after that. But they did find out that, A, it's based in Fort Huachuca. What's Fort Huachuca? Well, that's where Army intelligence is based. That's just weird, right? It's just weird. Crazy. So, could they have killed Charlie Kirk for the same reason that they kill anybody else that says something they don't like? Yeah, of course. Why not? Why not? Wikipedia has a whole page of people they've killed all around the world. I'm not joking. There's a Wikipedia page of Israeli political assassinations. Now, you know what? I don't even want to give you my opinion. Let's ask Sergey Brin's Google. Are political assassinations legal under the Geneva Convention? I don't think they had the transponder on, but because they were pretending to be on Final Approach, they were on radar at Provo Airport. Whoa, it didn't even want to answer me. What the hell? Are political assassinations by a country legal? Political assassinations conducted by a country are generally considered illegal under international law and human rights standards, though some nations attempt to justify them through narrow interpretations of national self defense. International law, right to life. Outside of active battlefield combat, peacetime international human rights law protects the right to life, making extrajudicial or secret killings unlawful. And yet, Israel has almost 1,000 of them listed on Wikipedia. Like, if it were me, I'd say, hey guys, take that shit down. That's not true. I didn't kill all those people. But guess what? It's Israel. Rules are different for Israel. The rules are different. And if you don't like it, you're an anti-Semite Nazi cocksucker. That's what you are. You're a fucking demon. You're the devil himself. Jews get to do whatever they want. Because remember that time, that one thing. Don't ever forget that. And if you do, you're fucking demon. Kind of crazy, right? Like, I've been to the Wikipedia page and I've seen, like, they kill people in every country, whatever country they want. It's nuts. Hi, Linda. So it makes you wonder, though. It does make you wonder. So Charlie Kirk said that he was sick of the Israel lobby and that they lived up to their worst stereotypes and that he could no longer support Israel. Within a couple of weeks of that, I think actually a week of saying that in a text, he was dead. Yeah, that's very funny. Unfortunately, I wish he were living in Canada. But if you have ever seen somebody shot up close, he's dead. Do you follow Candace? I don't think I follow her. I see some of her stuff on TikTok or on YouTube. But, she does whole hour-long stuff, and some of it's very interesting. So if it's her and Baron Cohen, something like that, I forget his name. If it's her and him and maybe throw in a couple of other interesting guys or women that are really good journalists, yeah, I'll sit through a half an hour, 45 minutes of that. But like, I need new stuff. And that's the problem. That's why it's hard for me to watch archaeology videos, because it's like, yeah, okay, I know that. Okay, that's wrong. That was disproved 3 years ago. When the fuck was this video made? Stuff like that. And I'll see videos that were just made about archaeology. And I'm like, what the fuck? This is wrong. I know this is wrong. This was wrong 5 years ago. Why are they still teaching it? It's like, for somebody like me, every Columbus Day is a slap in the face. Every Columbus Day is like saying, hey, I know he didn't discover a fucking thing. I know your people were here at least 500 years earlier than him. But we're not going to celebrate Scandinavians' Day. We're going to celebrate Columbus Day. But he didn't discover anything. Nothing. People have been coming here from Northern Europe for hundreds of years, regularly. Yep, yep. We're still going to teach that Columbus discovered America, that he was actually sailing to try to find India, which is why when he ran into the people and they had dark skin, he thought they were Indians, like Eastern Indians. They don't look anything like Eastern Indians. And Columbus would have known Eastern Indians. The routes, the Silk Road, etc. I mean, it's not like Spain and Portugal were completely cut off from the world. It's just ridiculous. Yeah, exactly. And so shit like that drives me nuts. But, I see things about like Charlie Kirk. It's like, okay, but we know that's wrong now. I'll give you an example. This is you probably heard this run through before, but I'll just do this real quickly, just so you can see the complete insanity of this. This is nuts. This is, if you believe that this is what happened, you have to ask yourself, why don't you have all of your teeth pulled out and put them under your pillow one at a time and just pay your rent that way when the tooth fairy comes? Because clearly the tooth fairy is real. Here's why I say that. This kid, 4.0 student, okay, not super political at all. But if he were political, he would be leaning to the right. He decides that he's going to off Charlie Kirk because of his gay, furry lover. Okay, this is weird, but all right, let's just go with that. He drives a car, which, by the way, they've seen the car. He's got people in the car with him. They've never identified who the people were with him in the car that they got on video. But there's 4 people in the car. Yeah, whatever. Just let's put that aside. Forget it. He climbs up, in spite of the fact that he's not very athletic, and he's got, if I remember correctly, he injured his hip really badly, so this guy can't even run. He climbs on top of the Losi Center. It's an 18-foot drop. He takes a rifle, which, by the way, is an old-fashioned rifle. It's not like an AR-15 where you just break it down, pull a pin, you got 2 pieces. Now you just pull the bolt receiver, drop it in a backpack. It's half the size. This is an old-fashioned big wooden stock. Okay, big wooden stock, big long barrel and receiver, all one piece. It's not made to be taken apart. Like, you don't need to take this rifle apart ever. It is an old school hunting rifle. So, but he decides in his infinite wisdom, with his little black skinny jeans on, that he's going to stuff it down his pants. That's the story so far. So he stuffs it down his pants. Now they show him walking to the school, apparently. Well, you can't really see him. He's got big glasses on, hat pulled way down, walking like this. But apparently he's got this thing in his pants. So he climbs up on top of this roof that's 18 feet high. Nobody sees him do that. He then pulls this huge hunting rifle out of his pants, skinny jeans, black skinny jeans. He then assembles it, puts it all together. He takes out one of the rounds that he's got that's marked with, something, kill fascist Nazi, blah, blah, whatever it was supposed to say. They showed the bullets. They just had these idiotic sayings on them. He then gets in a position where he fires this thing 200 meters? Um, how many yards was the shot that hit Charlie Kirk? So it was 142 yards away. Okay. So 142 yards. So imagine 1.5 football fields. Okay. 0321. I would definitely think that he would be able to make this shot. Most people don't know what an 0321 is. I'll tell you later. But you're special. You get special crayons. So as a master combat swimmer, I can say that I had to train with those, I don't want to say arrogant, but there's no other word that describes an 0321 other than the most arrogant son of a bitches I've ever worked with in my life. Yeah. And they're good. And they're mean. And since they're Marines, they're extra mean. As a combat swimmer, I know. Unfortunately, I had to train with them at Camp Talladega, which used to be their base, kept way off in the corner of Camp Pendleton, away from all the other Marines. So he makes this shot perfect. I mean, if you're going to hit somebody, something like center of mass is okay. But as you can hear, there's some solid stuff there. Ain't nothing solid in there, baby. By the time you hit something solid, you're talking about severing the spinal cord. At which point you go, and that's it. You're dead. And you're dead. That's your reaction. You tense up and fall over. You don't feel a thing. So he makes the shot. Now, anybody who's ever hunted, anybody who's ever hunted people like 0321, if you have ever shot somebody or been shot by somebody, you know that an entrance wound can literally look like somebody, and I'll demonstrate. This is how much I love my people. Share my video because I'm about to show you on TikTok what it looks like when you get shot. Don't say I never did anything for you. Let's use let's use that because it's huge. This is what a gunshot looks like. Can you see that little wait? Can you see that little black dot? That's what it looks like. When it goes in, you have to remember that the bullet is a little bigger than this pen. Okay? A little bigger than that center in the cap. That looks, actually, this little nib on the top, that looks like it's about 30 cal. 03, what are you thinking? You thinking that looks like about 30 cal? Well, here's my pinky. Of course, I got my fucking MMA gloves are 5X, so I don't know that that's a good idea, but yeah, it's about 30 cal. So if this is what it looks like going in, right there, going out, it's a whole other thing. Now, if you are shot with a legal round in warfare, I know there's all kinds of laws about warfare that people don't realize. If you're shot with a fully jacketed, it's illegal to shoot somebody with a lead bullet, by the way. Super fucking illegal. You cannot shoot a combatant. An enemy combatant cannot be shot with a fully lead bullet. That is against the fucking law. Because if you wound him, which is theoretically what you're trying to do, you're not trying to kill combatants. I know this is counterintuitive, guys, but hear me out. When you're in combat, your goal is to shoot everybody right there, or maybe right here. This would be great, like right, bam, right through the middle of the fucking hand. Here, nah, not so much. And the reason is, if I shoot you here, you do what Charlie Kirk did, and you fall over and you're dead. Well, good. Then you can't shoot back at me. But I shoot you here. Guess what happens? It goes through your ball, your socket here, and just fucking destroys it. Just blows up your shoulder. And what do? Well, if you're anything like the guys that I've seen get shot, you start screaming. Now, if you're a super badass, if you're like 0321, and by the way, I keep fucking with him because 0321, there's 0311. That's just a basic grunt in the Marine Corps. There's 0331, 0341, and 0351. 31's machine gunner, 41 is mortarman, and 51 is what I did. Anti-tank assault and demolitions. I got to blow shit up. There's not a lot of 0321s. That's recon. That's what I was talking about earlier when I said Delta, Marine Raiders, Marine Recon, some SEAL teams. Those are the bad guys. Those are the guys you don't want to fuck with because they are tier A. We're all okay. We're all pretty good. Oh, 52. Toe. That's fucking funny. Yeah, that was combat deadline by the time I got in. I was supposed to be able to play with toes, but never got to. I got to fire a dragon once and a shitload of laws. So, the bottom line is this. If you shoot a guy in the shoulder, if he's a badass, he's just going to fucking grin and bear it. He's not going to shoot back anymore. He's probably done for the day. Like, he needs a nap and maybe a cuddle, spoon with him for a while. But he's also going to need a medic. And if he's a big fucking Marine like me, he's going to need a couple dudes to carry him. So now you got the guy you just shot and the medic who's got to patch him up while two guys, there, I've broken this hand so many times, this one doesn't want to do what I want it to do. Now you've taken that many guys off the battlefield. Bravo. One bullet and you just took 4 fuckers off the battlefield. Now that math is mathing like a motherfucker. That's good stuff. So my point is this. If you shoot somebody right here with a legal ball round, that's going to be fully copper jacketed, so that no lead poisoning. It's going to go in and straight out. The reason that they use 223 rounds is because they're basically a 22 bullet with a bunch of powder behind it. So it's moving down range at like 2,500 feet per second. Now, if you're not into guns, that doesn't mean shit to you. But remember, if you're a nerd like me, there are, I think, 14 former Marines that are actually smart. That might be generous. Okay, so I know there's 12 of us. So, but think about your equation in physics for force. It's mass times velocity squared. So the mass of something moving is important. The velocity is twice as important, which is why if a guy like me walks into you and you're not prepared for it, I might knock you over. I mean, hopefully I'll catch you before you fall down. I'll say, oh shit, man, sorry, I wasn't paying attention. And you go, oh, that's okay, I'm fine. If a guy half my size runs into you as fast as he can, shoulder first, that's not going to be quite as much fun. He may be half my size, but if he's moving twice as fast, it's actually more force, a lot more force. So, and by the way, I want to say that Newton's girlfriend, she was a friend. She might have actually been smarter than him. Some people say that she was really super fucking smart. I would have fucking married her in a heartbeat, but apparently he didn't. He's just a little. So anyway, she's the one who came up with the fact that if I take something that weighs half as much and it's moving twice as fast, it's not the same amount. It's actually more. It's like, well, wait, if it's half as much moving twice as fast, half, double, they should cancel each other out. They don't. Velocity is much more important. So we got these little tiny rounds that haul ass. When they hit you, they create what's called hyperstatic shock. So I hit you here, and wait, there's a vein in there somewhere inside that fat arm. But anyway, if I hit you right where your vein is, what's going to happen is it's going to create a hyperstatic shock wave. That shock wave is going to tear muscle. It's going to tear all the fibers. It's going to rip up your fucking tendons and ligaments. It's going to be a bitch. It's not going to just do the damage of the bullet itself. Although the bullet itself, because it's fully jacketed and it's solid, it may actually go through you. A secret though, it's what we call a frangible round. Yeah, it's supposed to fragment. Now, not on purpose, because that would be illegal. But if it does happen to come apart inside of you, it just does more damage, and well, that's just life. Did you know that Newton predicted the end of the world? Yeah, I predicted the end of the world. I don't know if you know this or not, but we've only got probably 1 billion or so years left before the sun actually starts to expand out. And then it's like that Nick Cage movie, Knowing. Don't be around 1 billion years from now. I'm just saying, look, if you want to live a long time, that's cool. I think that 1 billion years would be pushing it, because you're just going to end up fucking KFC anyway. So God forbid it hits bone. And if it tumbles, which sometimes they do, look, if you're firing in a forest or jungle, rainforest, whatever, if it touches a leaf, it'll start tumbling. And when it tumbles through somebody, ugh. So here's what we know. We know that this kid, that was a long way around, but I'm getting back to it. So this kid, who doesn't really have a lot of range time, he gets up there. Now, keep in mind that if you've never looked down the barrel of a loaded weapon in anger and considered or actually gone through with pulling the trigger to kill another human being, it's not like a movie, okay? If you're really, really lucky, you are facing an enemy combatant that is trying their fucking best to kill you, because that makes the whole decision process a lot shorter. It's a lot more condensed at that point. Fuck, he's going to kill me. I better do something. If it's a situation where it's a little more convoluted, like my belief system tells me that I don't like this guy because he's hurting my boyfriend's feelings. Right. Well, that's the problem. Is it justified? Well, yeah, maybe in your mind it was justified until you put the crosshairs on a living, breathing human being. And you saw him laughing and talking and smiling, shaking hands, and you realized you're about to kill a human. And not because it's self-defense, but because you don't feel like he has the right to life. That's not a warrior. That's not what warriors do. Now, I can tell you for a fact that if you get a direct order, a legal order from a superior officer, and you believe, because he believes that there is a clear and present danger, and he says that person has to go. Well, when you look down the barrel at that moment, you believe that that is absolutely incontrovertible. It's a fact. And you pray to God that the people above you, the people who are issuing these orders, are smart enough and morally clear enough that this is a righteous situation, a righteous kill. And if you believe that, That takes a lot of the weight off of it. If you're not sure, or if like some of the guys in Iraq, some of the guys in Afghanistan, some of the guys in Vietnam, where you're not really sure what the fuck is going on. Like, why are we here? What are we doing? What's the point? That's when PTSD really fucks you, because it's hard. It's hard to understand. Like, I know that I called in an airstrike, and I know that somebody shot at me from that building. And I also know that I saw a fucking family run into that building for shelter. And then the building disappeared. Fuck. Did I have to do that? You better hope that somewhere in the back of your mind, you can either just say, fuck it, I don't care. I don't fucking care. Or B, yeah, that was absolutely necessary. And I saved lives by doing that. It was us or them. So, but that's kind of the situation you're in. Now, this kid, and I say kid because he was a kid. I saw the traffic stop where he accidentally ran into somebody. He turned on a red, wasn't paying attention, and the police were called. Nobody was injured, but he was talking to the police, and it's all on body cam. And Tyler Robinson saying, "Yeah, it was my fault. I looked down for a second, and then when I looked up, I pulled out in front of her. It was not her fault though. It's my fault." And he's very calm. He's like, "Yeah, I called my mom. She'll be here in a minute. She's got the insurance stuff. We have insurance." Okay. So the reality is that he doesn't seem like he suffers from sociopathy or psychopathy, like Dorco here, the Newport kid who obviously has probably never fired a shot in anger in his life, which is why he said something stupid like, "Oh yeah, I kill motherfuckers all the time, man. It's no problem. I don't even wait till I see the whites of their eyes. They just fucking put 20 rounds inside their car. If their kid's in it, fuck them." It's like, okay, dude, you're not impressing anybody with your dipshit bull, your dumb stuff. So here's my point. This guy crawls up on top of the Losi Center. He sort of sideways crab crawls to stay low. He gets up to the edge or near the edge. He lays down. Now, from the video that we now have, we can now see this video, which is not high definition like they promised us. It looks like he's a good 10 to 15 feet back from the edge. Now, keeping in mind that Losi Center's here and Charlie Kirk's down here, 142 yards out and down about 50 feet lower. So you've got a good percentage of angle. Now, I'm not, now here's the thing. The slope is not steep enough that I would say that, like, obviously a dude who was recon knows that the deeper the slope, the stranger the shot gets. That's a fact. When you're shooting downhill, really downhill, it throws things off a bit. This wasn't that steep an angle. It was steep enough though that if you're 15 feet back, imagine the roof and imagine that you have to shoot at an angle, but you're 15 feet back from the edge. Well, what are you going to shoot through the top of the roof? Or are you going to elevate the weapon up so that now you can see your target again? Because if you elevate yourself and the weapon, you can't lay on the ground. You can't just put your jacket or your backpack down, because keep in mind that not only do you have that 15 feet back and have to fire at an angle, but you also have a lip that runs all the way around the Losi Center roof that is literally this tall. So wait, well, if it's this tall, then even if you were laying right at the edge, you still couldn't fire. No, you couldn't. So you'd have to elevate your weapon. Yeah, you'd have to elevate your weapon. So you need something substantial. Yeah, not a backpack. A backpack, when you put weight on it, it's going to crush down. It's empty. You just took the rifle out of it. There's nothing in the backpack. So the backpack is going to offer you about as much resistance as these paper towels. So, well, the other problem is you're going to be silhouetted like a motherfucker up there on the roof if you stand up or get up high enough to fire. Now, here's the other problem. It shows the guy laying down. Well, if you're laying down, you can't see Charlie Kirk at all. There's literally 10 feet of roof in front of you, so he's down below your sight line, and there's 4 inches of fucking steel sticking up. Like it's obviously like some kind of heavy duty rain gutter that keeps all of it on that, all the rainwater on the flat roof and channels it somewhere. So how did he do this? Because it shows him in a prone position. Now, any Marine can tell you that when we were using 16s, we were using open peep sights, and we fired all the way back. This is just normal. This isn't even like on the Marine Corps rifle team. This is just shit we did to qualify. We went 600 meters back with peep sights. So we were more than 6 football fields away from a target that's about this big, that's black. And you've got a little hole in the back and a little blade in the front, and you drop that blade down, you keep it coming down, until all of a sudden you see this little tiny black dot appear at the top of the blade, and you squeeze. Because that's it. Like, you don't see the dot. You can't see the dot. I had perfect eyesight, and you can't see the dot, but you can see a little bump right above. Now, when we shot at the time, they've changed the score now. You know, they do that every 5 million years or whatever. But when we shot, I remember my buddies who joined right before I did. They were way ahead of me in school, and they dropped out to join. Pizza box. Yep. So they dropped out, and I'll never forget Edson Range, which is on Camp Pendleton. It's not at MCRD San Diego. You got to drive up to Pendleton from MCRD. It's for third phase, and or was it second phase? I guess it was second phase. What the fuck do we do for third phase? Just fuck around? No. I don't know. I guess maybe for third. What did we do for third phase? Yeah, it's just all drill. Oh, okay. It's funny because it all just faded together for me for a minute there. Yeah, well, I remember graduating because I remember my parents showed up. They were so proud of me. They took 2 rolls of film. Unfortunately, it wasn't me that they were taking pictures of because I'd lost 76 pounds in boot camp. So they took 2 rolls of film of some other asshole. I didn't even think he was as good looking as me. That's what really pissed me off. Like, when I got out of boot camp, I was cute. But yeah, they took pictures of some other fucker. I can't blame them. When I got home for my homecoming party, I walked in and everybody just looked at me. Nobody, my friends from high school didn't recognize me either. 82 to 87. November of 82. My first day in the Marine Corps was November 10th. I got to boot camp at, I don't know, 10 o'clock on the 9th. They shaved our heads. They gave us our shit. They told us to go to our holding platoon. The next day, they woke us up nicely. We weren't in our platoon yet. They were nice. They woke us up. We went to chow. I walked into the chow hall. It's all decorated. Green. There's like stuff hanging from the ceiling. And I thought, there's fucking cake. There's cake. There's green camouflage cake. And I looked around and I thought, motherfucker, It's like a psyop. They don't want pussies to join the Marine Corps. So they make it sound like it's the hardest thing you've ever done. But in reality, it's fucking cake, literally. This is absolutely hilarious. Wow. I mean, I thought this was going to be a bitch, but clearly, if they fucking serve cake in the chow halls. Yeah, they don't. November 10th is the Marine Corps' birthday. So on that one day, yeah, they have cake. And they'll let you go to the milk machine as many times as you want. And they'll let you eat for as long as you want. Yeah. That doesn't last, because when you get into first phase, you sit with your hands in your lap at attention in front of your tray, and you sit at attention. And then your senior drill instructor, whoever walked you over to the chow hall, they walk to the end of the table and they say, 8, and you just start eating. And you eat as fast as you can. And then after between 45 seconds and a minute, they say, stop. And you literally drop your utensils, put your hands in your lap, and sit up straight at attention. That's it. You're done. If you don't put that fucking fork down, if you don't drop everything that you're eating right now, brother, it's going to be hell. I remember once they said, gentlemen, you've done really well. Oh, you know what, motherfucker? It was when we got back from second phase. When we got back from Edson Range and we went back to MCRD San Diego, we got up, we got ready for chow. Senior drill instructor, Staff Sergeant DeFreitas comes out and he says, gentlemen, I am fucking impressed. I'm impressed with how well we did at Edson Range. And he goes over everybody, just like he didn't pick out the dipshits. Like if you shot marksman, you didn't exist. You might have made it through boot camp, but you weren't still technically a Marine. You were going to be motor T or some shit, maybe a cook. But he went through, pointed out a couple guys that really kicked ass. And he said, based on that, I'm going to let you eat much as you want in chow this morning. And everybody was like, what? I was right up by the front because I always got punished the most because I just fucking had to. I had to. And so I was the one who always smiled or made a noise or something, just something. And they liked me, which is why they picked on me. So I was like right next to the classroom and the reason they called it a classroom, it's just a big open space in front of the senior drill instructor's office or whatever drill instructor was there for the night. And they would literally have you come up there and they would say, Grant, make me a puddle. And you're standing at attention and you're waiting because it's like, okay, well, tell me how. Bends and thrusts. So you do bends and thrusts, and then they say mountain climbers, and you do mountain climbers, push-ups, you do push-ups, bends and thrusts, mountain climbers, and they would go back and forth. Sometimes while you're doing push-ups, they'd come over and they'd stand on your fucking toe, or they'd stand on your fingers just to fuck with you. Well, by third phase, I'd lost 76 pounds. I could do 116 sit-ups in 2 minutes. When I got there, I could do 40. I was up to 116. I could do, I don't think I did 20 pull-ups, but I think I did like 17 pull-ups. I could do 3 when I got there. I was carrying the guide on. I was the guide. I was fucking nuts. I bought the bullshit 100%. I was like, man, this is it. I'm a fucking Marine. I'm indestructible. You can't kill me. You see, he gained 20 pounds. There were guys that were like that. They came in, they're pretty thin, wiry dudes, but thin. Those were usually the ones that kicked ass on the PT test initially. They just kicked ass. And then guys like me, I was a football player. Yeah, I could run pretty fast for 20 yards. Okay, well, what about a 3-mile run? 3 miles? Wait, I'm a football player. I run the backstops twice and then I puke. Nope, not now. You don't. Now you have the worst deck shoes, not even running shoes, just flat ass. They look like Vans. And you're going to run 3 miles in those flat foot. And yeah, you're going to have shin splints so fucking bad that you can barely walk. But you're still going to drive your heels into the deck with every step. And you're going to walk like you are a fucking robot. Okay. That's the deal. And I remember running along with that guide on and thinking, man, I'm going to fucking die. My side was starting to cramp up so fucking bad. And I thought, okay, I'm gonna fucking puke. My side, I was grabbing my fucking side and trying to keep up. And that fucking guide on, all of a sudden, you're running with this guide on, and it's staring up. And, it's an honor. It's a fucking honor. You carry that guide, but it starts to feel like it weighs 12,000 pounds. I'm running with the guide on. Senior drill instructor runs up alongside of me very quietly. He gets up next to me, and I thought, oh fuck, he's gonna hit me or something. No, he goes, Grant, you getting cramps? I said, sir. He goes, okay, one, two things is about to happen. You got to tell me which one it's going to be. You're either going to die or you're going to keep running. Those cramps are going to go away. You're going to fucking run your way right through it. And when you're done, pain's going to go away. You understand me, son? I said, serious, sir. He said, what's going to be? You going to die? I said, sir, no, sir. He said, okay, so you run through it. And he started to fall back and run alongside the platoon. And I was like, okay, fucking senior drill instructor, just talk to me. I can do anything. I can do any fucking thing. So I ran through it. Never had another problem with a run. Somalia. Oh, shit. Oh, God. Oh. Now, the good news is that my Marine here was in Somalia after the Mogadishu shit you saw on Black Hawk Down. Okay, that's when the Army was there. When the Marines got there, somehow the reputation preceded them, and they didn't have the same issues that the Army had. And I don't know why. I know why it happened in Haiti. In Haiti, the Army was having all kinds of issues. When they left, we replaced them there. The first time that a patrol, the Marine patrol, took fire from a neighborhood house, they had explicit orders that they were allowed to return fire, but only once they were fired upon. Once they were sure they were being fired upon with live ammo, it's go time. They fucking leveled a house. They leveled it. They put every round they had, and then they used an M203, which is what I carried. That's a little thing underneath your 16, which is a 40 millimeter grenade launcher. I love those things. I got to tell you, nothing evens out a fight like being able to launch grenades at somebody. It's a godsend. When you talk about a force multiplier, like shooting little bullets at them definitely will keep their head down. shooting I don't know, it's not really the size of a baseball, not even a tennis ball. It's smaller than that. It's 40 millimeters, so it's about the size of this tube. Yes, and just to be totally frank with you, the reason I have this empty tube is because my son and I measured it, and it'll become a rocket shortly. We make rockets. Yeah. So you relieved those guys after the nasty shit. So yeah, and M203 grenade launcher is 40 millimeters. You can have shotgun rounds, which I never had. You can have flechette rounds. What the fuck? Flechettes are basically, if you ever see a nail is sharp at one end and flat on the top, so you can nail it in. Well, imagine if you took that end And instead of flattening it out so that it's flat like this, instead of doing that, you crimped it at the ends so that it had little fins on the end. And then you stacked a whole bunch of them up, all facing the same direction, and you put them inside of a shotgun shell that fucking big. That's a flechette round. And when you fire them, it's basically like firing probably 40 or 50 supersonic darts. And they're gnarly. I want to say that the farthest I ever shot, let's see, hold on, the lieutenant's car. We had a lieutenant that got divorced, and well, he didn't want to lose his car in the divorce. So he brought it to the range. It was some kind of little wagon, Subaru, or something. I don't know what it was, but we blew it up. And we blew it up. It was at least 100 meters. I don't think they were good for more than about 100 meters, though, because I remember. No, that might have been farther. That might have been more like 150 or 200 meters, because the angle that I had to fire to get it there, you couldn't shoot it straight. You couldn't even shoot it at a little bit of an angle. I was damn near at the maximum angle you could fire one in order to lob it over onto that car. Fucking Marines, man. They have some serious, yeah, it's basically like a blunderbuss. Marines have some serious fucking mental issues. I love them. I just fucking love them. You know, they're not the slickest fuckers in the world, and sometimes they do some really dumb shit. And there's always a few real fucking just real rejects in your platoon. But overall, they're not ladies' men. They're men's men. And when the shit hits the fan, when you need somebody to show up, like show up for real, they're always there. They may be hungover, they may stink, they may puke, but they're in the fight. They're ready all the time. And the living conditions, once I actually started, because once you become a master combat swimmer, you do things like clear beaches for SEALs. They don't send SEAL teams onto beaches unless they know that they're safe. Well, if it's human intelligence, maybe it's some guy who's decided he's going to die for his cause, and he gives you fucked up intelligence, knowing that a SEAL team is going to come up on that beach at some point. So they set up an ambush and wait. Well, look, man, one guy takes out a whole SEAL team with his bad intelligence. He knows what's going to happen. He knows he doesn't survive that. Somebody's going to waterboard him to death. But he took out a whole SEAL team. As far as he's concerned, he's a goddamn hero. Yeah. And you know, look, once I'll say one that you probably haven't heard in a while. Caught. Once the people in Mogadishu, whose average IQ, not a joke. Look, you know what? I don't want to be called racist, so I'm gonna look this up on Google. What is the real average IQ of a Somali living in Mogadishu? $67. Now, I told you that anyone under 85 can't even join the army. In order to join the army, when I joined the Marine Corps, you had to score a minimum of 16. Minimum of 16. Okay? Out of a total possible score of 150. To join the Marine Corps, you had to score a 36. True story. The Navy and the Air Force were somewhere in the like mid to low 20s. I remember that. I remember being very surprised that you had to score higher on the Armed Services Vocational Aptitude Battery to become a Marine than in the Air Force? Like, what? That doesn't make sense to me. I thought Air Force guys were all fucking scientists. No, apparently not. They may have changed that by now. I don't know. This was 10,000 years ago. But I also, and I did a little better than 36. So I actually remember my score. And so I found out that if your IQ is under 85, then the Army cannot take you. They did an experiment during Vietnam where they actually took people whose scores were under 85 for the first time. For the very first time. That's 2 standard deviations above normal. That is extremely high. You don't have a lot of friends. And I'm not saying that as an insult. I'm saying that because I know you don't have a lot of friends. Average conversations probably seem like fucking torture to you. So Robert McNamara, who was the living, breathing IBM machine, that's what they called him. They thought he was like a human computer. He decided that since nobody would volunteer, and they were having a hell of a time, that they would just lower the IQ requirements for joining to below 85 for the first time since the Civil War. They affectionately called this group of guys McNamara's morons. Look it up on Google. McNamara's morons. They shortened the 8 weeks of boot camp almost immediately because they realized that these guys couldn't make it through 8 weeks of boot camp. They simply couldn't do it. They would break down crying and beg to be sent home to their mommies. They were really unintelligent. If you're below 85, and this is something that I need to make clear because I don't want to seem like I'm fucking, hacking on people who are not intelligent. Because the reality is some of the best human beings I've ever met in my life probably were around 85 or maybe lower. And they were good people. Some of the best people you'll ever meet are not very bright. And some of the worst people you'll meet, Rothschilds, people like that, okay, Epstein, genius. Those are the types of people that their IQ's off the fucking chart and they're disgusting humans. So I don't want to make it sound like I look down on the unintelligent because I don't at all. And the older I get, the more I appreciate people who aren't very bright. I really do. But they found that if you're below 85, you can't do basic tasks. You can't be a janitor because you'll wax the stairs. Why would you wax marble stairs? Are you fucking crazy? Are you trying to kill somebody? No, they look better. They're shiny. They look better that way. Oh, so you wax the fucking stairs because they look better. That makes sense to them. Well, why would you mix chlorine and ammonia? The fuck? That's like phosgene. That's a fucking deadly chemical agent used in World War I to kill people. I just thought, well, if one of them cleans really good and then the other one it cleans good, if I mixed them together, they clean really, really good. Okay, well, I mean, that in a way makes perfect sense. Like you can't be angry at somebody because they're just not that intelligent and they didn't read the warning labels. They didn't know that ammonia and chlorine mixed together creates an absolutely deadly gas. Totally deadly. Like if you're not blind in 20 seconds, God help you if you inhale it, because it will literally fry your lungs. your lungs will overreact to the acid by filling up with water. And you will inevitably and slowly and painfully drown. Fuck. But they're good people. But you just can't use them for anything. They can't have a job. You can't put them around a French fry fryer. Are you out of your fucking mind? You want them to make fucking hamburgers? Like, they're not going to remember to wash their hands after they wipe their ass. You're going to get people killed this way. So they're just a liability. They really are. God bless them, but they're a liability. To go into a country where the average IQ is 67, that is so far below Forrest Gump. Like, I'm struggling to try to figure out where that would be. Like, I Am Sam. I know it's a terrible movie that nobody watched. I liked it, but Sean Penn was pretending to be like horribly mentally handicapped. Yeah, half the USA. Well, I mean, think about it. The USA, the average IQ in the United States, world average IQ is 100. Average IQ in the United States is 98. So we're pretty close. If your score was 90, you'd be a good cop. You could be the manager of a fast food restaurant. You could do basic paperwork and shit. You'll memorize. Like, you're not stupid at 90, which is crazy because at 85, it's like you're starting to push being pretty dumb. Below 80, well, let me put it to you this way. Coco the gorilla, she was raised in captivity. Look her up. National Geographic did some stories about her. Robin Williams was madly in love with her, and apparently she loved him too. It's very platonic, but it's just cute as shit to see the two of them because she absolutely adored him. She just thought he was the bee's knees, you know? So, but she learned to speak sign language, and she learned to speak 3,000 words. She would make words up. Well, from what I saw online, her IQ was only 80. Well, they said between 80 and 90 or something like that. There's a range there. But that gives you an idea. This is a gorilla who learned to speak 3,000 words. So she felt emotions, like she picked a kitten out that she loved, a little gray one with no tail. She called it Snowball. It got hit by a car. It got out of her enclosure and got hit by a car and killed. When they told her, she went in her room and she turned her back. She literally faced the corner, turned her back to everyone, and she wouldn't come out of her room for 2 days. They could hear her crying. She just cried for 2 days. And so, you know, obviously this is an intelligent animal. But again, there's levels. To be 20 points below a gorilla is, number one, it's a lot of inbreeding. And, you know, it's like, oh, you're just a fucking racist. I'm not being racist. I'm being honest. Now, some people see that as being racist, but I don't like bullshit. And I really don't like the bullshit that we've been pulling here in the last 20 years in the United States. Like, everything's a lie. Okay? Up is down, left is right, you know, bad is actually good, you know, and it's like, okay, a woman can be a man and a man can be a woman. What? How does that work? Like, I thought there was an XX or an XY chromosome. That's the end of it. Yeah, you get one or the other. Every once in a while, there's like some genetic weird shit that happens. Maybe you get both. So when somebody says, hey, go fuck yourself, you're like, you know what? That's a good idea. Right after lunch, I'm going to do that. I mean, I don't know. That's what I'd be doing all day. But that's just me. Okay? Horny old man. That's what we do. The reality is that to be in a situation where all this bullshit goes on and not start to lose your fucking mind. I don't know how people do it. Like it drives me fucking crazy. It drives me fucking crazy. Okay. Black people are the problem. Yeah. Predominantly black people in America cause all the fucking problems. And it's not all black people. You don't see old black ladies attacking fucking cash register tellers. You don't see young black women that are going to Brown University losing their shit and beating the hell out of each other. No, they're educated. They're going to college. They got their shit together. They're good people. So it's not really 13% of the population, because that's how many black people there are. So it's not 13%. So what is it? Well, half of that would be men. Okay, so we can agree there's some crazy black women out there. They can get pretty violent. But let's just say that that's an anomaly. Let's say that it's not all black women. But let's say that it's not all black men either, because there are a lot of old black men that are really cool, really mellow. I was in the Marine Corps with some black guys that were just as fucking cool as could be. Really nice people, like good people. Okay, so it's not all black people, but it's always black people. What? Well, it's not all black people, but it's always black people, isn't it? Well, what does that mean? Well, that means that when you see these youths that are going crazy, that block up a whole block in Atlanta or Chicago or Miami or, someplace in New Jersey or wherever, you see it's a lot of white kids? No. You see the new amusement park that opened up in Atlanta, Georgia. Hundreds of millions of dollars sunken into this place to make it a beautiful amusement park. And the very first day that it opens, thousands of black teenagers start a fucking riot with each other. Was it a race war? No. They weren't going after white people. They were just fucking beating each other and shooting at each other and screaming at each other and videotaping it all and laughing. It's like, what the fuck is going on? Show me a video of thousands of white people beating the shit out of each other on a cruise ship. Show me that. Because as soon as you do, I'll go, well, it's not just black people. But I'll be more than happy to say that. But until I can see some evidence, I'm not being racist. I'm simply noticing. So how am I not supposed to notice? Am I not supposed to notice? See? Now, here's the thing. If it happened once, I go, oh, okay, it's a bad neighborhood. I don't know. If it happens every weekend, if you see white people being beaten up and assaulted by black people constantly, and you don't see white people getting together in large groups and beating up or intimidating black people. You don't see that. If you did, trust me, that would be the number one news story worldwide. These racist Ku Klux Klan motherfuckers. This poor black guy. That's be headlines everywhere. But I can tell you that when you see hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of videos of black people beating up white people, assaulting white women, and nobody ever says a word. When I was in Florida, when I lived in Florida in the 90s, they used to say, 2 black youths robbed a liquor store. They don't say that anymore. 2 teenagers. On YouTube, the same way. 2 teenagers. And everybody gets in the comments, you read the comments. Gee, I wonder who it was. Same suspects. Oh, the fatigue is real. You hear it all the time. School shootings are interesting, aren't they? Did you know that every single school shooter for the last 15 years has been on SSRIs? That's really weird. Now, lately, the last 5 years, all of them are trans. Every mass school shooter has been trans. Look it up. Uvalde, Texas, holy shit. All those kids killed while those fucking cowardice motherfuckers that call themselves police stood in the hallway. I couldn't believe it. Like, you don't fire those guys. You put them all in prison. You put them all in prison. They stood outside that fucking classroom. One of them was on the phone with his wife, who was bleeding to death in the classroom. She was a teacher. No, his buddies wouldn't let him open the door. 45 fucking minutes? For 45 minutes, this guy just shoots little kids. Guy, girl, he, she, whatever the fuck he wants to call himself. He was trans. The one that shot up the Christian school. He, she, whatever it was. You know? Look, I'm not playing this game anymore. Oh, you misgendered me. Really? Pull your fucking pants down. Are you really a woman? Because I don't know what that thing is hanging off the front of you, but I don't think you have an XX chromosome. I'm tired of this. This is bullshit. This is a distraction. This is all bullshit. What are Democrats trying to distract me from? Look, we all know what a woman is. We all know what a man is. Let's just be honest. Well, I could tell you that Sandy Hook thing, that just cost, what's his name, Jones, everything he ever owned. And it will continue to. He'll never have a dime again. But that kid was that kid's mom a psychiatrist? And he was on SSRIs. The shooter in Pennsylvania, the guy who tried to kill Trump, both of his parents are psychiatrists. And he was on some kind of antidepressant as well. What the fuck? What's going on here, guys? Hello? It could have been a false flag. I don't know. I mean, Thomas Crooks. I mean, there's some odd things about him. He had more than one cell phone. They had international apps that were encryption apps. One of those cell phones showed up on a cell tower at the FBI headquarters a few weeks before the assassination. Yeah, there's some odd things about him. He had a van full of explosives, but it was parked 10 miles away. But the timer was the detonator was in his pocket. What was he going to do? I mean, it was weird. So, yeah, there's some crazy white people. But that's the thing. They're clearly crazy. Nobody says, oh, look at those crazy black people. No, because they're not crazy. They're just black teenage boys. Oh, all right. So what's wrong with them? They've been raised to believe that they are worthless and that they need to hate white people and they need to rely on the government for money. And they need to say, fuck it, I'll do whatever I have to get what I want. Because I know I'll never earn it because I don't deserve it. So I'll use violence and I'll just take it from somebody else. They weren't born believing that. Not a chance. So who taught them? Democrats. It's a fact. The Democrats want you to live in a country where the system is your God. All I can say is when you look at flock cameras and you look at Palantir, and you look at Peter Thiel, and you look at Ring cameras. People bought Ring cameras because they wanted to be safe. The cops show up at your door and they say, "You're under arrest for drunk driving." What? I haven't had a drink in 3 days. No, it was 3 days ago, Saturday night. When you came home, we saw that you were drunk. How did you see I was drunk? You weren't here. No, but your Ring camera did see that you were drunk. You were slurring, you were stumbling, etc. Whoa, what? Yep. There have actually been arrests made all around the country for DUIs because of obvious impairment based on the sharing of your personal Ring information. Now, I know that whatever you say, Siri's not listening to. No, why would they do that? What's the other one? I don't have it, obviously, but the other app that you yell at and it talks to you. Yeah, well, Alexa. Yeah, that's a great one. Hey, Alexa, stop listening to me. I mean, a buddy of mine came over. This was my Marine Corps buddy. He got back from Vietnam. He's a nurse. Never made an investment in his life. Doesn't need to. He's been a nurse for fucking 25, 30 years now. He's got every certification you can have. He's even certified for what the fuck is it called? Neonatal ICU, where you're taking babies that would fit in the palm of my hand, and he's taking a needle and he's putting it into the artery that runs up the inside of their thigh because their veins are too small for an IV. If you puncture that artery and it doesn't go right, you could literally have them bleed out in your hand in a few seconds because they're 3 pounds, 4 pounds. That's some balls. But anyway, he doesn't make investments. He doesn't need to. He makes several $1,000s a fucking week. So one day he's at my house. We're talking about silver because obviously that's what I do. Ta-da. Ta-da. So we're talking about silver. That's a peace dollar, by the way. This is a Morgan. I'm going to start with a lot more of those and a lot less of these because the bullion market's about to disappear. It's not going to be pretty. Have a good one. So I can tell you that we talked about silver for a minute. He said, "Hey, man, what's your Wi-Fi password? I'm going to jump on my computer and get ready to sign up for traveling nurse stuff." I said, "All right." Just 20 minutes later, I give him my password. He jumps on the Wi-Fi and he goes, "What the fuck is this?" I said, "What?" He goes, "I've got 3 ads for silver on my computer." I said, "You got what?" He goes, "I've got ads for silver on my computer." I said, Did you look into it?" He goes, "The only time I've ever talked about silver in my life was literally in your kitchen 20 minutes ago." And I said, "Where was your phone?" He goes, "Sitting on the counter next to us." I said, "Well, they're not listening to us." He goes, "What the fuck, man?" He's been getting fucking silver ads ever since. He talked about silver with his phone sitting on my counter, and boom, he got inundated with silver ads. Never looked it up, never looked into it. How the fuck could they know? He's got a VPN. He doesn't show up on my Wi-Fi as me. So even if they had my Wi-Fi, they wouldn't identify him as me. But they knew who he was, and they connected his cell phone to his computer real quick. So even with a VPN, they got those ads to him. The bullion market's about to get very strange. China just got rid of paper bullion trading. Now, gold was one thing. They did that a while back. But it turns out that they just made a call today and basically shut down the entire silver market in Japan, which is going to be very interesting because, as it turns out, I saw the numbers tonight and I was shocked. For every ounce of silver that they have in their version of SLP, or SLV, excuse me, for every ounce of silver that they have in their vaults there, kind of like our COMEX, they've sold 358 ounces of silver for every ounce they actually possess. They realize now that they've gotten rid of most of our sovereign debt. The Chinese have sold off most of our bonds. 30% of their total GDP was invested into our bonds, and about 1% was in gold and silver. That was 5 years ago. Now they're down to 1% of their GDP is in bonds, American bonds, and 30% is in gold and silver. Do you see what they're doing? They're making a run for a real currency. They want to be taken seriously. And they know that everybody's like, fuck the Chinese. They don't do anything right. They fuck up a wet dream. Not this time. They're doing this right. They're doing this correctly. They're getting rid of all their bullshit paper denominations for, oh, you've got 25,000 ounces of silver. Do I? Well, 500 ounces. Wait, what? Well, you bought it, but you don't have it. Oh, so the 21st. So let's see, October 21st. I thought the drop dead date was a lot sooner than that. Well, basically what they said was, look, you're out of the market, or you're going to have to put a hell of a lot more up front. Your margins are going to be much higher. And basically, we're out. We just want out. We want out of the paper market. From now on, we want people to hold. If you say you own silver, you own silver. If the government of China says it owns silver, it owns the silver. No more of this 358-to-1 leverage bullshit. And the reason that they're doing that is because they don't want to have what's happening in the United States to happen to them. In SLV, for every ounce of silver that people buy, how many ounces of silver are there actually physical in the vaults? Mm-hmm. Wow, that's really interesting. The way that they put it. It's 1-to-1. Each share of SLV is meant to represent a constant fractional ownership, usually 1/10 of an ounce of the physical bullion held by the trust. 1/10 of an ounce? That's not 1-to-1. 1-to-1. Oh, well, I bought one. How much silver do you have for me? Oh, well, we have one. Oh, that's 1 to 1. 1/10, huh? Well, the numbers that I have heard are a lot worse than that. Let's see. Huh. Man. Oh, no, PSLV is different. By the way, PSLV, they actually show you that they have 1 ounce of silver for every ounce that they sell, period. I like that. That makes sense to me. Um, let's see. Since only 1 ounce of physical silver for every 250 ounces of paper silver. Oh, well, now that sounds a little bit more realistic. Hmm. Is it true that there is 1 ounce of silver for every 250 ounces sold on the COMEX? They describe it as market leverage. That's a nice term. That makes me want to pee myself just a little less, but not really. Where the 250 number comes from, analysts frequently cite ratios between 250 and 500 to 1 by comparing total open interest, outstanding paper claims, against their registered inventory. Oh, that's physical silver available for delivery. Oh, so it's true that it's between 250 and 500 to 1. Because you slick motherfuckers. See, you've got open and registered, okay? Open and registered are very different. Open means that there's somebody has a claim against that silver. It's in a vault, but somebody owns it. Somebody has paperwork to prove they own it. Okay, well, then the open interest, but does COMEX count that as silver that they have in their vault? Is it theirs? Could it be yours? See how they play these fucking games with us? You see how dishonest this shit is? By the way, if hypothetically you called me and you said, hey, I want a couple thousand of these, like, by the way, one of my clients just did. This is actually one of his. Or that's a Morgan. It's a peace dollar right there. Pretty. She's a gorgeous girl. And that's a sweet looking little bald eagle. Now, if you said, I want those, or even I want one of these, the old Canuckian, then yeah. If you buy one, I send you one. If you buy 1,000, I send you 1,000. That's a novel thought, right? Yes, they are. Very cool. And let's see, Tim, you look like a fairly young lad. I would be willing to bet that in your lifetime, easily in your lifetime, that silver has gone up by at least 1,600%. People give me shit all the time. They're like, oh man, silver and gold, yeah, that's for old farts though. You know, like I want to be in the stock market. It's like, really? Really? I used to be a stockbroker. The greater fool theory is real. Oh yeah, it will go a lot higher. You see, in 2000, let's take a look. Hmm. Damn, I got this on my super duper duper chart. And my super duper duper chart, what's my super duper duper chart telling me? Oh man, it's saying right in the middle. Well, it's saying sell. Sell it now, buy it tomorrow. By the way, I buy and sell signals that come on constantly. I don't know, Todd. I don't mess around with silver eagles. They're so damn expensive for no reason. It's like silver is silver. I have sunshine mining rounds that literally that look like this. I mean, they're beautiful rounds, and they say sunshine on them. Do you know who Sunshine Mining is? It's the company who makes eagles. I know they're all made at the Mint in West Point. No, they're not. Sunshine provides the silver, and in a lot of cases, they actually mint the coins. And so, a sunshine round's a couple bucks. An eagle is usually somewhere $3, $4, $5, $6, $10 over spot. Depends on how bad you let them screw you. You bought 100 eagles in the past, then I must have gotten a really good deal on them, because if they were, I'll give you an example. If they were less than $10 over spot, I probably didn't make any money. I probably made, $20 or something. That's literally how thin the margins are. Because the thing is, like I'll give you an example. Let's take a look right now at let's go to, where the hell did it go? Oh, there we go. Boom. Let's look at an eagle, and then let's look at just the silver round, just your basic round. We'll see what the difference is. Oh, brother. I gotta turn off my VPN. Pause the connection. Continue. Come on, Amex. There we go. Silver coins. Boom. What? No. Come on. Let me in. There we go. All right. Now, if you want 1 ounce, redirects users purchase products outside of TikTok. Oh, I'm in trouble already. All right, so right now, silver's at 69. And if you buy at least 1,500 of them, they're still $9 over spot. $9 over spot. How crazy is that? Oh, I'm buying as much as I possibly can. You would be absolutely insane not to, literally at this point, if you have money in the stock market, like that's crazy. That's nuts. We are so close to an absolute implosion. When's it going to be? It could be literally tomorrow. It could be 3-4 months from now. Hell, it could be 6 months from now. But one thing I do know is that the stock market is in such an insanely high bubble, such a fucking blow off top, that there is no way it doesn't go down by at least 50%. When? I don't know. Could be tomorrow. Could be 6 months from now. We don't know. But we know that's what's going to happen. So should you be hanging out with Tesla? No. Everything's going to get killed. I wouldn't buy any gold right now. Are you leaving the country? I mean, seriously, if you're leaving the country, if you're saying, fuck this, I'm getting out of here, you buy gold. And the reason you buy gold is because it's super portable. You can fit it in the heels of your shoes. And I'm not joking. Like, that's why you buy it. But other than that, don't buy gold at all. Gold could double. But if gold doubles, just like what just happened, silver will go up by 300, 400%. That's the way it always works. I'll give you a perfect example. The last year has been very good for silver and gold, both. So, how good? I would totally sell my gold to buy silver right now. Absolutely. Because I do believe it could double. It doesn't, that the idea of it doubling, gold doubling, doesn't scare me a bit. But over the last year, it's up 35%. Silver's up 78%. Gold is up, come on now. Gold is up 153% over the last 5 years. Silver's up 186%. It's just the way it is. Over 10 years, it still beats it. It's just that's, silver has a lot more uses. It's a precious metal, but it's also a strategic metal. It's used in everything. It is absolutely, it's just absolutely more important than gold. Gold is for banks. Gold is for central banks. You don't buy things with gold. I'll give you an example. We just said that we're going to start buying our own bonds. That is the last gasp of every dying economy. And I'm not joking. Look at Argentina before it collapsed. Look at Zimbabwe before it collapsed. Look at the Weimar Republic. Look at Greece. Look at Italy. Look at Spain. They all did the same thing. Nobody buy their bonds. They were like, why won't anybody buy our bonds? It's like, because you never fucking pay people back. Your debt's too high. You can't do this. You don't have enough money to pay this back. Oh, okay. Well, but what if we paid 5.5 or 6% on another $1 trillion a year just in interest on what we've done in the past? That's not new money. That's just from the fluctuation of the rate going up. That's $1 trillion. Well, what the fuck do? We got to buy our own bonds. What? We buy our own bonds because nobody else wants them. Not at 5%, not at 5.17%. Oh God, that's so close to one. It's so close to 5.2. Jesus Christ. I got to look. Have we hit? Okay, what do we got here? Oh shit, what? When did this fucking happen? What the fuck? 5.3. 5.33%. That's it. We can't do that. We can't survive that. Period. Yes. Oh, there it is. Yes. That is a very incorrect apocalypse calendar. Worst apocalypse I've ever lived through. And I've lived through a few now. 1999, bullshit. Bullshit. Nothing happened. 2012, December 21st. Oh, I should fucking yawn. The next apocalypse, if the shit doesn't hit the fan, fuck it. I say we ban the word. We can't use that word anymore. The Y2K came out. I lived through that. Okay, so here's the deal. We're going to buy our own bonds. Now, what does that mean? How do we buy bonds? Class, raise your hand if you know the answer to this. Okay. Susie, in the back. That's right. Susie's pretty smart. What we do is we print money. Yes, I'm a topless dancer in my spare time. I got great pecs. What am I supposed to do? So we print these out of thin air. We just turn on a printer and now we don't print them for free, because what happens is every time the Treasury prints one, they go, hey, you just pay us back, or the Federal Reserve prints one, they go, hey, you know what? We're the Federal Reserve Bank. We're on your side. I mean, yes, we're a private company and we're run by other banks, and you'll never know who owns what because it's a secret. And you could get killed trying to find out, like a lot of reporters have. But we're going to print this out of thin air. What gives us the right? Oh, the government said we could, so fuck you. Here, take it. Oh, okay. Thank you. Appreciate that. By the way, do I just give this back to you when I'm done? Oh, no, you owe us interest on that. You just printed this out of thin fucking air and handed it to me. And now you're saying that if I want to pay you back, yeah, you're going to need more money. So you printed me another one. Thank you. All right. So now here, I'm going to pay you back, and then plus your interest. Oh shit. Now I owe interest on that one too. All right. Well, now I owe more interest. Wait a minute. How the fuck am I supposed to ever pay you guys back if every dollar you print that you give me, you want me to give you interest? Why do you get interest? Like, why do you get, you're literally printing fucking pages on a printer. How much interest are you getting? Just hundreds of billions of dollars a year. But it's because we print the money. What? You decide how much of this you're going to print, which directly affects how much, I don't know, this is worth, or this is worth, or how much these are going to cost me. Yeah, we pretty much determine the price of everything based on how many of these we print. But what gives you the right? You're a private company. Yeah? So go fuck yourself. Oh. Okay, well, I guess I'll take these then. Yeah, you will. Because it says right on the front. Oh, wrong glasses. It says right on the front. Yeah. Now I look like a totally fucking, like a 50-year-old virgin. This note is legal tender for all debts, public and private. What? No, the Constitution says it has to be this right here. One of these. That's actually American currency right here. Like, this is an American silver dollar. No. We replaced that system. But did you have a constitutional thing where you had amended the Constitution? No. How the fuck how'd you come up with this when the Constitution says that? These are money. This is it. Like, if you don't have silver and gold, it ain't fucking money. Well, because Americans are fat, stupid, lazy, and you weren't looking. So we replaced that with these. Well, that's backed by gold and silver. What's this backed by? Your mother. So stop asking stupid questions, because the IRS is authorized to kill you with the Glocks that they carry. And by the way, the IRS did buy 1.6 billion rounds of 9mm a couple of years ago. Want to try us? Well, he's not. Okay, so this is money. Says so right on it. Legal tender. So the more of these we print, the less each one's worth. That's just supply and demand, right? Okay, so we start printing these up, and we print a lot of them. Like, we print more in a second than I could make shaking my ass in a G string in probably, well, ever, honestly. Well, if money didn't exist, though, we'd have to go back to barter. And that's a bitch. How many chickens do you want to fix my roof? Man, I don't know. I've got chickens. Well, I got a pig. Yeah, I got a pig too. You know what, dude? I got everything I really need to survive. Oh, so could I give you a handful of magic beans? Like, that's what money's for. It's to smooth out the whole system of barter. And it works when it's real. When this was our currency for the first 300 years that people were in the colonies and the United States, we had 1% interest or less every year. Some decades, we didn't have a single point of interest. We didn't have any inflation at all. No inflation. Well, what causes inflation? Printing these. You print too many of these, you inflate the volume of these, and therefore everything costs more. I know. I look pretty good in a G-string. Wait. I don't think I've ever been in a G-string. The idea of a piece of string up my, no thanks. I don't know how girls do that. Ugh. They banned stockpiling. Well, what they just did was they said, we're going to buy our own bonds. We're going to print money at the Federal Reserve, whatever it takes, and we're going to buy our own bonds directly from the Treasury. Never did I think that we would be in this position. The same exact position as Argentina, Zimbabwe, Greece, Italy, Spain, all of the countries that were going under without economic lifelines. And now we're one of them. And yet we're sending hundreds of billions of dollars to foreign countries every year. And we're spending hundreds of billions of dollars supporting Ukraine and fighting Iran. And we literally just made it 1,000 times worse. You see, supply and demand is an interesting issue. I'll give you an example. I have one of these, and I have one of these. This actually says $1 on it, because back when this one was made, and when was it made? It looks like the 1800s. Wow, this is beautiful for such an old one. I got my client some really bitchin' Morgans. He's a really cool guy, and he's not my biggest client, but he might be my favorite client. And former school teacher. So he wanted to buy a bunch of Morgans. So I went through and I kind of cherry picked my wholesaler. He was a little pissed. He's like, come on, man, just grab them. I was like, well, let me grab a few like really nice ones. I lied, by the way, to my wholesaler. Just a little white lie. I said, this guy could buy a lot of silver, like a lot of silver. And he's like, all right, whatever. Just hurry up. Oh, 1889. Oh, she's a beauty. 1889 right here. Now, this 1889 silver dollar is $1. Now, we have a completely different situation because it's not worth $1 anymore. Now that one is on PCGS price guide, $92. What? Wait, how did it go up so much? Well, it's a funny thing. Since the Federal Reserve took over back in 1913, to defend the value of the American dollar. That is their stated purpose. That's their mission statement on their website, to defend the value of the American dollar. Since they took over, the American dollar has lost, this is according to a dozen different government websites, it has lost 98% of its value. That means what cost me $1 back then would cost me over $30 today. It's hard to wrap your head around. Silver right now is about 70. It's actually 68.70. So 68.70. So, in 2020, it was $4 or $5. Let's see. And yep. And wow. God is amazing. In August of 2000, 26 years ago, almost to the day, it was $4.96 an ounce. $4.96 an ounce. And now it's $68.62 an ounce. So why not buy it by the ounce instead of the coin? The reason that I'm worried is because the United States is starting to talk about first of all states now, pretty much every state I can think of, Kentucky, Florida, Georgia, Texas, Arizona, Utah, Nebraska, Wyoming, they've either passed a law saying that gold and silver is legal tender for all debts, public and private, or they're working on legislation to say that. Now, the federal government, not wanting to get left out of this gold and silver rush, has said, well, wait a minute, maybe we'll have a stable coin. And that stable coin will work like a debit card, where you put your gold and silver with us, and we just hold it for you, and then we issue you a card so that you can spend money and then just pay it back. And then that way, your money is actually growing while it's in your account. I put 100 ounces in 2020. Oh, well, what's it worth now? Well, let's see. If you put it in 2020, when it was $17, it would have gone up by several 100%. Now, if you put $100 into your savings account in 2020, I'll tell you exactly what. And this is legitimate. What is the value of $1 US from the year 2020 now? Okay. So the total change in value, the average cost of everything has gone up by 29%, which means that your dollar would actually be worth just over 70 cents. No, not 87, 70. Could strengthen U.S. stability and the dollar more valuable in the Middle East. Jesus Christ, I have absolutely zero idea how you could say that. Like, the war with Iran could strengthen U.S. stability. I can't even imagine a scenario where that is true. I can't fathom that. Well, it says here that based on the real average inflation, based on that number, it's been going up by 4.3% per year. So what that means, just to put it in perspective, what that means is it means that if you take $100,000 that you earned and you put it under your mattress, when you take it out in 5 years, it's worth $80,000. It's still $100,000. You can count it. It's still $100,000, but it buys you the same amount that $80,000 would have when you put it under the mattress. So have you really lost $20,000? Yeah, you really lost $20,000. So if you've taken that same money and put it into silver, just to give you an idea, okay, so over the course of the last 5 years, which would have been 24%, or it would have been, at the end of 5 years, you pull that 100,000 out, it would buy you $76,000 worth of goods and services at the end of 5 years. So did you actually lose 24 grand? Well, yeah, you can only buy $24,000 less of stuff. So yeah, I mean, you still have the same 100 grand, you can count it, but it doesn't buy you the same thing. So it's really, you did really lose that money. Now, take that, you lost 24 grand, and let's reverse it. Let's say that instead of putting 100,000 under your mattress, you put $100,000 worth of silver under your mattress that same year. It would have gone up at this point by 186%. It's still 100 grand that you put under your mattress, but I'm no math magician, but what's 100,000 times 186%? Okay. Yeah. So you'd have $286,000. Well, that's the thing. It says 186, but if it went up by 186%, if it went up by 100%, it'd be 200 grand, right? So if it goes up by 186%, that's closer to 200 grand that you made on your 100,000. So you still have your 100,000, and you made $186,000 on top of it. So now you've got $286,000. You got $286,000, or you got $76,000. Do you see why this is what I do for a living? I mean, look, I can make a good living by selling this stuff, not even retail. I sell it wholesale. I can make a good living. And do I lose sleep at night? No, I don't. My clients have made so much fucking money, so much money from 2008 to 2012, I sold silver bullion and I invested in silver bullion. And then from 2012 to 2020, I didn't sell any silver bullion, not a single ounce of it. I didn't buy it. I didn't sell it. I didn't talk to people about it. Why? Well, because there wasn't any reason to. Like the economy was getting better. Everything was starting to, sort of click. And, I mean, Trump, Biden, whatever, they're all fucking the same. So, but things were just chugging along. When COVID hit and I saw that they were going to dump trillions of dollars just out of their ass into the economy, I went, that's so hyperinflationary. Oh shit, I got to get back in silver right now. I'm not even going to talk about gold. And so I got into it in 2020, like March of 2020. And since then, silver's gone up by over 200%. So in 6 years, I've made my clients 200%. That's pretty good. So let's do this. Wow. That's pretty cool. 33% a year. 33 and a third. It's actually what I've made my clients so far is 33.333333. I'm okay with that. I'm feeling pretty good about that. So if you're not making 33%, call me. Yes, that is my number over my head. It's my cell phone. And I do answer it. And I will help you. Now you can get bullion like this. But like I said, they're starting to worry me with this stablecoin shit because they might tell you if you have gold and silver, you have to turn it in and then we'll issue you a debit card. Ooh, that's not good. I'm not sure what Ali said here. It says revaluation. It's very possible. If they revalue gold to, just pick a number, 25,000, it chops off a huge amount of our physical debt of the 40 trillion, and it makes our bonds a lot more viable. It does help us out a lot. But if they do that, I mean, look, if gold is shot up by 500% overnight, well, let's do the math. Math, figures never lie, but liars always figure. So let's let the figures talk. 25,000. Oh, that's too much. Go back. How do I do that? I have a scientific calculator. That's sad. Oh, okay. There. 25,000 times I'm such an idiot. 40%. Duh. 42% times 42% equals. No. Dumb shit. So stupid. Okay, hold that thought. 42 to 1. Okay, I'll just ask Google the right way. If gold is at 25,000 and silver is at 42 to 1 ratio, how much is silver? Jesus Christ. Okay, well, that's exactly where they got the number from. Some bitch. Because the number I've heard $600 an ounce for silver. Sure enough, if gold is at 25,000, silver would be at 42 to 1. It would be $595 an ounce. 42 to 1, by the way, is the recent number. The Coinage Act of 1792 sets the standard ratio at 15 to 1, but we haven't used 15 to 1 for quite a while. So last year, at one point, it was 86 to 1. Then I think it was 92 to 1. You know what? Well, let's just fucking ask. What is the highest ratio of silver to gold in terms of a percentage? Holy shit. Whoa, 125 to 1 in April of 2020. Of course. Of course. That's exactly, literally, remember what I just said? I got back into the silver business in about March. Well, April, May. So April, the next month, is when it hit the highest difference. And, again, I mean, times are good, man. There was a point there where, I was selling it, I think it was 18 an ounce, and I was selling it for 20 an ounce. I do remember going to Mexico and buying 1,000, or was it 2,000? Might have been 2,000. Oh shit! Of their beautiful coins. The Mexican silver coins. Anyway, yeah, we walked across the border with those. We didn't even claim them. We didn't know. It didn't even occur to us that we're walking into the United States with, I don't know, $100,000, whatever it was. It was, but I do remember we got them at $22 a piece, which was just about spot price. It was ridiculous. And then within a week, we got ready to sell them, and it was something ridiculous, like $28 already. And needless to say, it's a good week to be in the silver business, obviously. That was when I first started doing my TikTok videos. And how high did silver just go? The highest it went, it bounced up to 121 for a minute and then came back down. They didn't like how fast gold and silver were moving up. So yeah, that was January. And what they did was COMEX and some others, they just kept raising the margin requirements on your contracts until people had to sell off their contracts. And once they started selling off their contracts, then people had to sell off their contracts because other people had sold off their contracts, and now it was moving in the wrong direction. And now you're getting margin called. And so people had to sell, and it just fed upon itself. And that's exactly what they wanted. I remember when it hit $100, and Elon Musk came out and said, look, this is not good for business. And I thought, yeah, I think he's got like a kilo of silver in every car. So that does add, it went up, what was it, 80 something percent in the last year. 77.5. So it went up almost 80% in the last year. That's a lot. That's a huge jump. That's even with it coming back down, by the way. If it hadn't come back down, it would be insane. It would be let's see. If it hadn't come back down, it would have been like 400%. That's just nuts. That's absolutely nuts. Yeah, if you see how much silver goes into one single data center, it's something ridiculous, like 180,000 ounces. And that's for a single data center. Which, by the way, does that not creep you out a little bit? I mean, it's just weird, right? China has, this is what I heard. Let's make sure I'm not blowing smoke. How many data centers does China have? Yeah, that's what I thought. They have between 369 and 579. Right. Oh, there it is. Okay, so I said 450, and 450 it's just about in the middle. So they've got about 450 data centers. How many data centers are already built in the United States? We have upwards of 5,400. How's that for balls out? They have 450. We have 5,400. There are between 1,500 and 2,000 plus new projects on top of that. Think about that, guys. Think about what I'm saying here for just a second. China, one of the most watched states in the world, surveillance state out the wazoo. Everywhere you go, facial recognition, metrics on your body, social credit scores. Look, if you say something in social media that they don't like, but it's just very mild, not enough to pick you up and beat you and put you in prison, but just something that concerns them, they can turn your social credit score down and you can't board a bus. You can't get on a high-speed train. You can't pull money out of the bank and you can't buy groceries. No shit. Not a joke. Everything that you do is through your card, and they control your card. So the question you've got to ask yourself is, if they have 459 or 450 of these data centers, and that's enough computing power to monitor 1.4 billion people, why do we need close to 8,000 of them? Like what? What? Like, wait. hold on. Why do we need 8,000? 8,000 data centers? But you could track every single person. Like, they have over 1 billion people that they monitor constantly with 450. We want to build a total of 8,000 of them to monitor less than 1/3 of the population. What is going on, guys? This isn't about AI. This can't be about a large language model that helps you create a better resume. That's bullshit. We already have that. Grok will help you with that, and it'll give you smart ass answers. It'll make you laugh at the same time. You want to write a book and you need information? Claude, I use it. I'm writing a book about AI and I use Claude all the time. Claude, I'll ask Claude a question. I'll say, hypothetically, if AI did this, could this be the outcome? And it'll say, wow, that is an amazing idea. Never thought of that. That is a great idea. How are you going to tie that in with your last question? Yeah, it's that advanced. And I'll say, well, I thought that because of this AI would try to react in this way. Does that make sense? And it'll say, oh, that makes perfect sense because, and it'll explain the whole programming process and how an AI system would come to that conclusion based on the evidentiary findings. And it's like, holy shit. All right. I was just kind of guessing because I'm a human. I don't know how computers think. But if I were a computer, this is probably what I'd think. And then I ask it and he goes, damn, it's exactly right. Here's how it works. Well, that's what the puny little 5,000 we've got now. The crest behind me. Which crest? Let's see. There's the orange thing. I'm looking for a crest, like a family crest. The orange thing. That's actually, let me get out of the way. That's actually a Mayan calendar. Yep. I am an archaeology nerd, so I have shit like that. Yep. Sadly, it was wrong. And there was the worst apocalypse ever on December 21st, 2012. One might say that it was hardly an apocalypse at all. One could say that it was the most disappointing apocalypse since Y2K. Or those fucking weirdos that drank Kool-Aid waiting for the comet to come get them. You heard of AI psychosis? No, but it sounds fun. I want to try it. Okay, psychosis is where you don't know what the difference between reality and your hallucinations are. So AI psychosis might mean you don't know what the difference between AI and reality is. That's just me spitballing right there. Just coming up with some shit off the top of my head. But I could be wrong. I was that one time. Boy, that pissed me off. But then it turns out that I wasn't wrong, which was really confusing because it meant that I was wrong about being wrong. Two wrongs don't make a right, though. So I was still wrong. That kept me up for a week. I ate a lot of bacon that week, I'm pretty sure. By the way, if you're Muslim, I'm super fucking happy that you guys don't eat pork. You don't know what you're missing. I would actually say that that is one of the biggest issues I have with Islam. Why is America scared of AI and the Chinese? Well, I know that you meant to say aren't. The Chinese isn't. Because that would make the Chinese one person. Yeah, the Chinese aren't afraid of AI because they're not allowed to be. That's all. Their attitude is we're just going to win. We have to win. I don't blame them. I mean, the thought of the United States of America having AI based on the absolutely horrific fucking way we've been acting around the world. I mean, we're just the little fat asshole on the playground who runs around fucking, running up behind girls and knocking them down and then just running off laughing. So what are you doing? I'm just being a fat dick. Oh, okay. Well, why are you being a bully like that? I don't know. My dad fucking hates me, and my mom said she wishes she never had me. So now I'm taking that on you. It's like, oh, so we're that guy. Worldwide. Yeah. Hey, Venezuela, we don't like you. Well, but you're a Christian country. We're a Christian country. Hell, I don't even allow sex change operations. I don't even allow usury. Like, there's no interest on credit cards in my country because the Bible said it's against the rules. Well, we're going to take you out anyway because you're a drug dealer dick. And of course, anybody who knows anything about Venezuela knows that that's not where the drugs come from. Never has been, never will be, ever. Cocaine came from Colombia. Fentanyl comes from Mexico. That's it. But all of a sudden, they're narco terrorists. We got to take them out. So we did. And now what? Our president is acting like a complete fucking asshole, bragging about how we're going to take their oil. That's a sovereign nation. Yeah, fuck them. Yeah, but that's a different country. Like, that's their oil. Yeah? They got nukes? No. Well, then it ain't their fucking oil, is it? It's like, wow. Are we that bad? Close to a Wall Street crash. I would say, if I had to guess, yes, we may have already started it. This may be a bull trap. A bull trap is when the market goes up and up and up and up and up, and it goes down a little bit, and everybody goes, uh-oh, is it reversing? Then it starts to go back up, and they're like, oh, okay, it's just rational. It just took a little breather. And everybody jumps back in, and then it just drops. You've trapped all the bulls into thinking that the market was still a bull market. It's not anymore. But is that what's happening? I'm watching it very closely because this market is irrational. Now, having said that, I would like to quote Maynard Keynes, who is the weirdo that we've based our entire economic system on. He was a very famous economist. And Maynard Keynes said that the market can remain irrationally exuberant longer than you can remain liquid. Now, what that means is that the market can just ignore the reality of the fact that it should have fucking tanked a year ago. And it'll just forget and just keep going. Well, why? Just because it does. It's just happy. But does it know that it's dying? No. It should. Everybody on Wall Street's smart enough to see that there's nothing supporting this. Well, that's not true. What about tech stocks? Okay, let's talk about tech stocks. You've got all of the AI companies, which don't make a fucking dime. They don't make a dime. OpenAI doesn't make a dime. Now, what the fuck did I do to get this restriction? Does not comply with our feed eligibility. Harassment and bullying. I just got, oh my God, 3. I just got 3 warnings for bullying and harassment. Who am I bullying? Who was I bullying? Help me out here, folks. Who was I bullying? Consuming substances featured in this live could harm your health. I have not eaten anything or smoked anything or drank anything. What in the holy fuck are we talking about? Like, literally, can you guys read that at the bottom? Does that show up? This is fucking nuts. Does that show up on your feed too? Where it just says consuming substances featured in this live stream? You guys can see that, right? Holy shit, they're hitting me with every fucking thing they can. Literally. They hit me for bullying and harassment because I said that the stock market sucks. And then they hit me for harmful substances. Harmful substances. I haven't eaten anything. I haven't taken a sip of water. Did I shoot up before I started my live stream, or was that on here? Maybe it's the heroin. No, it can't be that. That's medicinal. That's a joke, obviously. Yeah. People who are addicted to that don't have big fat cheeks like I do. And I don't even mean these. It's after midnight. I can make adult jokes like that. Not that I wouldn't make them at 10 a.m. because I would. All right. Well, it's 12:30 in the morning here. So, and what have I eaten today? What have I eaten today? Or yesterday, technically. Wait, I had to have eaten something. Oh, I had a can of chili yesterday. So a can of chili. Huh. Well, that's how you lose weight right there. Oh, yeah. Yeah. I remember back in the good old days. That's exactly what I was going to say, Matthew. I remember back in the good old days when China owned it and they would be like, hey, look, they're spying on you. It's like, and? Oh, what is China going to find out that America's full of a bunch of fucking lunatics? It's all like crazy fuckers like me, and then like 18-year-old girls with no bra on jumping up and down and getting 100 million likes. What the fuck? Really? Bread and circus that bad? Holy shit. But yeah, it's true. Met a girl not too long ago, and I said to her, hey, I do TikToks, and she goes, oh, I'm on TikTok too. And I said, oh, that's cool. She said, how many viewers do you have? I said, well, I got 120,000 people that watch my channel. And she goes, wow, that's good. And I said, well, how many do you have? And she goes, well, it's like 300,000. And I said, 300,000? That's a lot. That's a lot of followers. What do you talk about? And she goes, well, I'm in the vintage dress business. Wedding dresses and stuff like that, vintage ones. I said, yeah. She goes, but really it's, I talk mostly about my two vaginas. Wow. That's twice as many as I have. And she laughed and she said, yeah, I was born with two vaginas and two uteruses and two separate ovaries. And I said, wow, that's really wild. It's really like, I don't think I know anybody that has two vaginas. And she said, well, now you do. And I said, is it too soon to ask you if you'd marry me? And she laughed because it was our first date. Yeah, she sure does. I mean, I'm not saying that like, oh yeah, I know biblically. No, I don't know that yet because I'm not that kind of boy. I'm not that easy. I mean, I would be if I could be. I just can't be because look at me. But someday, maybe, I might No, I'm just kind of guessing right now, really, but it sounds really interesting. Oh, yeah. Well, that's why she has 300,000 followers on TikTok, is because there are people that are like, oh, yeah, it's bullshit. You can't have two vaginas. And so she's like, yeah, it's called poly. I'm going to be a terrible boyfriend, I can tell, because I don't remember what it's called. But it's a big fucking Latin word that means twin cooch or whatever. Twin cooch. I'm going to burn in hell for that. Making fun of her privates. Polly Pockets. Oh, you're going to L first. I'll meet you there. Okay? Save me a seat on the express. Wow. Polly Pockets. That'd be funny if her name was Polly. Yep. It's not. You're probably wondering what her name really is. She is actually really sweet. She might be too good for me. You know? Oh, I did ask her, do they always happen at the same time? And she said, no, they don't. Usually around the same time, but not always. And I was like, oh shit. Because the first thing that went through my mind was, I've known girls who the only way you could tell that they were PMSing is they gave you that look. You know, that look when, like, they're standing at the counter and you walk in, they give you that look and you're like, what the hell did I do that was sexy enough to get that look? Like, that's weird. Well, there's no foreplay here so far. I just walked in. Oh, that's right. It's hormones. It's not me. They'd give that look to a fire hydrant. Oh, well, I'll take it because I'm a guy. But then I also had the ones that would cry. Just start crying. Wow. I didn't even know that AT&T offered international cell service. Why are you crying? It's like, well, what just happened? And then, of course, there was my last ex. I remember I said something to her, very like sweet Christian church going girl. Thought I'd try that for a change. And I remember she was doing something and she turned around and looked at me and I went, did I say something? And she goes, yeah, you did. And I thought, are there any sharp objects around here? Because she looks like she's going to fucking kill me for some reason. Like I say dumb shit. We all do. We're men. That's what we do. You know, we can make fire with sticks. I can. But then we say dumb shit too. That's kind of our MO. But yeah, I didn't think I'd said anything. Like I was pretty sure that I hadn't crossed the line. And she looked at me like she wanted to fucking kill me. She was nuts. And I thought, oh, this is not good. If this is what's going to happen every month. And I remember not too long after that, I was talking to one of my daughters and I was like, so do some girls get like really angry? You know, PMS kind of thing. My daughter turns around, she goes, you mean like Diana? And I went, you noticed? And she goes, oh, she was putting something in the dishwasher the other day and I asked her a question and she turned around and looked at me like she was going to kill me. And I went, it's not me. She did it to you too. She was like, yeah, it was weird. Like, and then she got a hold of herself and she was like, oh, blah, blah, blah. And I went, oh, shit. So could this be one of those situations where two periods that are both the same and she gets a little weepy or, please, Jesus, horny? Could be. If she has two separate periods and both of them result in a Satan-like event, like a real demon looking at me. I don't want that. That's not good for me. That's just not good for me. She is 6 feet tall, though. She's very pretty, and she's 6 feet tall. It's like that song, Brick House. She's built like an Amazon, and she is. And that's perfect because she's 6 foot, probably 170. Really, like, everything is exactly the way that it's supposed to be for a woman. She's not a stick figure. She's like a Barbie, but with big boobs. And so I'm super happy about that. It'll be interesting. It'll be very interesting. We'll see. We'll see what happens. Anything is possible. Oh, Tony, you crazy son of a gun. You're up at, it's only 3:30 your time. Well, good night, buddy. I will talk to you tomorrow. All right. Well, you know what? I'm going to call it. I got to eat. I ate 1 can of chili, and that's it. And that's not enough. Whoa, I am Mr. Wayne. Wait, I am Mr. Wayne. Watched your live for 300 minutes. I don't know who that is, but thanks, man. 300 minutes? How fucking long have I been on here? Wait a minute. Hold the phone. I started this live stream. What happened? Oh, what happened to me? Guys, I didn't realize this. Thank you, man. I really appreciate it. Yeah, I'm not. My doctor said that when I'm working out really hard, like really going to the gym, doing my cardio, I didn't lie to you guys. When I said 8 months ago or whatever it was, 6 months ago, when I said I'm going to go buy a couple of exercise bikes and put them in my living room, I did. One is one of those Schwinn. Holy shit, that thing will kill you. Yeah, but that was way earlier. So get this. The Schwinn Airdyne bike that we used to use for training in MMA, you just cruise on it if you want. But I try to keep it above 15 miles an hour, which means you're just going hard and that propeller is resisting you. That thing will kick your ass. And then I've got a Life Fitness normal recumbent bike you sit on and, you do your thing and your legs burn a little bit, but you get done after an hour and you look at it and it's like, oh, I burned 500 calories. That's not bad. But theoretically, I should be taking in several thousand calories a day when I'm working out like that. I've taken in 1,000 a day. Well, since day before yesterday. Because day before yesterday, I ate dinner, and then yesterday I only ate a can of chili. And now it's the next day. That didn't make a hell of a lot of sense. But let's just say over the last 36 hours, I've had 1,000 calories in 36 hours. That actually makes perfect sense. So that's what I'm going to go do now is I'm going to take in a little bit more. Ooh, a chicken breast. Those are easy to make. A chicken breast. That's what I'm going to do. All right, guys. Well, you have a great morning. And I will see you tomorrow for sure. By the way, call me if you're interested in silver because this thing that they did with the bond market, I'm telling you, tomorrow I'll get more into it. Remind me as soon as I get on here at 7. This is a game changer. This is a game changer. Okay, I'm going to end the stream. Whoever you are, if you're on here with me, that was really cool of you to hang in there for 5 hours and 24 minutes or however long you've been on here with me. And I'll see you tomorrow.